People banned. That's it. So now you're upset. So now, oh wow. Hopefully, please protect me. Hopefully somebody gets banned. Oh no, I can't. I can't actually talk about this or address the points.
I'm fine with not banning Asmongold. I think it's. I'm fully of the belief that if Asmongold can come out here and say this, he says, and you can never ever argue against it, and he's going to win anyway, then democracy isn't going to work, and the whole thing can burn. You know what I mean? Like if Asmongold can come out here and say the most and keep winning, then realistically, democracy's a failed project anyway. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
I have to go and say you need to get banned. Oh my god. This is the person that literally supported terrorist people. Like, okay, that's it. They're absolutely and utterly terrified. That's it. Like, Hassan supports a group of people that want to kill Jews. Systematically, they want to kill Jews. He supports that group of people right now. It's not like he supported these people. It's not like he made a funny comment towards them. He explicitly and in plain English said that I support the Houthis, who part of their slogan is a curse on the Jews. They could.
I mean, so on its face, I'm going to say yes, obviously. But there's like more to the analysis there, obviously, right? Like he does support.
So this should be easy.
Why is he
I have Rooster out bringing back some cargo for us. Go meet his plane at Sandy Shores and help him with the delivery.
Support them in that endeavor? No. It's quite literally just the fact that the Houthis are one of the few groups who are doing anything at all to resist Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza at all, and that meant something that he thought that was the most important issue, the most pressing issue at the time, and that his support would not continue, like down their entire policy list.
Okay? If that's not anti-Semitic, I don't know what is. You're literally supporting people that would do a Holocaust. What are we talking about? He supports that group of people right now. It's not like he supported these people. It's not like he made a funny comment towards them. He explicitly and in plain English said that I support the Houthis, who part of their slogan is a curse on the Jews. You are supporting people that would do a Holocaust if they could.
I mean, so on its face, I'm going to say yes, obviously. But there's like more to the analysis there, obviously, right? Like he does support the Houthis. But why is he supporting the Houthis? If the Houthis ever had anything close to the ability to perpetrate a Holocaust in Israel, would Hassan still celebrate? Would Hassan still support them in that endeavor? No. It's quite literally just the fact that the Houthis are one of the few groups who are doing anything at all to resist Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza at all, and that meant something that he thought that was the most important issue, the most pressing issue at the time, and that his support would not continue, like down their entire policy list.
Okay? If that's not anti-Semitic, I don't know what is. You're literally supporting people that would do a Holocaust. What are we talking about? Hassan's not breaking any laws. We're just talking about laws. I'm talking about, like, I mean, it's not about legal. I don't think it's legal, is it? Should address the root cause. No, I'm not going to get the root cause. The root cause gives any credibility to genociders. I have no interest in addressing the root cause for why they want to genocide every Jew. I don't care about what the root cause is. It's disgusting. You just probably would be third or fourth on the list and not first. There is no dedicated mass banning incident. Like there are no forces in the same way. There's no dedicated mass banning incident to people who are spreading right-wing beliefs.
There was at some
right. Yeah. It's because Syria is endorsing an Islamophobic hate crime that took place one day after he was reading the Rupert Globe report that falsely claimed that all falsely claim that Muslims are doing mass against white women. Falsely claimed that all Muslims are doing mass against white women. This is why everybody hates you. This is why the entire commentary community and people on YouTube and everybody on the right and the left all hate you.
You're like kind of being hyperbolic about this, and you're like lying. This is wrong. This is why everybody hates you, because you defend Muslims with white women. Yeah, what you just said, that I might be lying, that's just you defending Muslims with white women, because that's what you argue for. That white women's good side.
It's because you can never engage with or deal with any sort of legitimate criticism without reframing it into a lie. You are insulting the intelligence of all of your viewers, and you're just misrepresenting things for no reason in order to push a narrative that's not even real. Believe all victims except this time? Yeah, inquiry to him is plain. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they have additional, like, the victim stories, assuming they're from Rotherham, and I forget the other one, but Rotherham, those original Pakistani gang towns. Those stories are harrowing, and they're bad. But those are stories that have been litigated multiple times publicly. And those anecdotes don't necessarily add up to what's in the report.
Exactly, right? But if you're thinking, Alan, this is the last victim we got, okay? I apologize. But this is, you've got people going around there saying shit like this to me. I'm going to respond to it. I'm sorry to say. You're going to have to get used to it. Do that. Anyway. So this is, yeah, you literally just lie and reframe it and turn it into something that's not in order to hopefully make it more, like worse. You're trying to downplay the report because it's inconvenient to your core politics. Everybody knows what you're doing. Everybody else has to listen to this narrative because it's really on this. This audience will then turn around and claim falsely that I say this exact same kind of thing about Jewish people, and then they will do a counter MSG campaign. Well, you don't say that same thing about Jewish people. You just support people that want to do the next Holocaust. Which honestly is even worse. Whenever you're supporting people that actually want to genocide Jews worldwide, like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, yeah, I'd say that's anti-Semitic. That's like saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis. What are you talking about? Really? Like, what are we even doing here? It makes it seem like I am actively demanding these crimes happen or whatever. It's like saying I'm racist against blacks, so I support the KKK, but you literally say the KKK should have no right to exist. Well, the KKK, number one, there's nobody here supporting, I hope, right? Nobody here is supporting the KKK. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Obviously, people have a right to freedom of speech, but no, I don't support them at all. It's like an insane comparison. I know exactly how this song is sung. I know exactly, of course, you know how it goes because you're the one that's doing it. Yeah, you're supporting people that are going around saying that they want to be Jews. And then you act like, oh my God, I bet they're going to say that I'm anti-Semitic. This is like shitting your pants and then saying, guys, I can read minds. I'm going to walk into this Walmart and people are going to say I smell bad. Duh. That's like saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis.
They're harrowing, and they're bad, but those are stories who...
But I'm sorry to say, you're going to have to get used to it. Do that. Anyway. So this is, yeah, you literally just lie and reframe it and turn it into something that's not in order to hopefully make it more, like worse. You're trying to downplay the report because it's inconvenient to your core politics. Everybody knows what you're doing. Everybody else has to listen to this narrative because it's really on this. This audience will then turn around and claim falsely that I say this exact same kind of thing about Jewish people, and then they will do a counter MSG campaign. Well, you don't say that same thing about Jewish people. You just support people that want to do the next Holocaust. Which honestly is even worse. Whenever you're supporting people that actively want to genocide Jews worldwide, like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, yeah, I'd say that's anti-Semitic. That's like saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis. What are you talking about? Really? Like, what are we even doing here? It makes it seem like I am actively demanding these crimes happen or whatever. It's like saying I'm not racist against blacks, so I support the KKK, but you literally say the KKK should have no right to exist. Well, the KKK, number one, there's nobody here supporting, I hope, right? Nobody here is supporting the KKK. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Obviously, people have a right to freedom of speech, but no, I don't support them at all. It's like an insane comparison. I know exactly how this song is sung. I know exactly, of course, you know how it goes because you're the one that's doing it. Yeah, you're supporting people that are going around saying that they want to be Jews. And then you act like, oh my God, I bet they're going to say that I'm anti-Semitic. This is like shitting your pants and then saying, guys, I can read minds. I'm going to walk into this Walmart and people are going to say I smell bad. Duh. Obviously. When you're supporting people that want to systematically Jews, they're going to think that you're anti-Semitic. Like, what?
Again, it's just you are trying to confound the issue in a way that
they should ban people like you for constantly advocating for terrorism and supporting groups that want to involve the Jews. That's, I mean, if anything should happen, it should be that.
Guys, stop talking about Israel. Stop talking about Israel. Hassan wants it at a show. Hassan wants it at a show. Okay, bro. Like, you can't say you have Israel fatigue and stop talking about Israel and then hammer on about Hassan being anti-Semitic over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You are talking about Israel. You are literally trying to paint his anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You are functionally talking about that conflict.
None of us, well, I mean, none of us come from like, there are definitely people who do, but it's not us. I come from a background that is desperately poor. Probably like Charlie. As it says, he went to state schools. I went to state schools. My state schools were military camps. They were still shit, right? But look at what Femi's first angle of attack, furrow the brow. I must attack you first. I'm just going, oh, you're rich. No, fair. No, this is actually about something else that the rich are often detached from, which is the sense of being in their own communities. You know, if you're a rich person, you like move to Barbados or Hawaii or something. Yeah, you've let this go, but then that's because you can afford to insulate yourself from the problems of not having this sense of community, this sense of togetherness and belonging and understanding one another. If you're rich, you can let that go. I'm not a multi-millionaire. Charlie is not a multi-millionaire. The vast number of people who are supporting Restore Britain are not multi-millionaires. And we don't want to lose the sense of our own native English community. We don't want to lose it. So you'd be like, oh, you must be some rich. No, this is what the normal
Also, school against others. Just 75 and 7. Okay. And you feel comfortable now?
What? I mean, but this is actually. I mean, he doesn't live in a fucking mansion, if that's what you're asking.
It's just that Rupert Lowe, Nigel Farage, Richard Sykes, these are all people that are very, very well.
Yeah, and Charlie's right. Femi is essentially right at the terminus of his own thought process. Well, if you're trying to appeal to something that's non-material, then I don't know what to do with that. So I'm just going to assume you must be rich then, Chuck.
Rupert Lowe, Nigel Farage, Richard Sykes, these are all people that are very, very well.
Yeah, and Charlie's right. Femi.
Rupert Lowe.
What? But this is actually. He doesn't live in a fucking mansion, if that's what you're asking. It's right to say, look, it's all in this, some like basic here, which is what Charlie is doing. And it's not that I disagree with it. Of course, I do agree with this point. But that's not great messaging. And it's not the messaging that we need to win people over to end up deporting them.
Also, school to go, by the way.
I love this. What a question. To win people over to end up deporting them. Anyway, that's how.
Also, school to go, by the way.
I love this. What a question. Oh, you must come from a rich background. No, fair. None of us, well, I mean, none of us come from. Like, there are definitely people who do, but it's not us. I come from a background that is desperately poor. Probably like Charlie. As he says, he went to state schools. I went to state schools. My state schools were military camps. They were still shit, right? But look at what Femi's first angle of attack. Furrow the brow. I must attack you personally. I must go, oh, you're rich. No, Femi. No, this is actually about something else that the rich are often detached from, which is the sense of being in their own communities. If you're a rich person, you like to move to Barbados or Hawaii or something. Yeah, you've let this go, but then that's because you can afford to insulate yourself from the problems of not having this sense of community, this sense of togetherness and belonging and understanding one another. If you're rich, you can let that go. I'm not a multi-millionaire. Charlie is not a multi-millionaire. The vast number of people who are supporting Restore Britain are not multi-millionaires. And we don't want to lose this sense of our own native English community. We don't want to lose it. So you can probably so much you know. That's not cool.
It's true. It's like just saying
I love this conversation. He doesn't live in a fucking mansion. That's what you're asking. Charlie's right. He's very essential right at the terminus. Well, if you're trying to appeal to something that's not material, then I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to say, you must be rich then, Charlie. No. It's because Charlie is not well. It's because most of the people who are privileged, they start going are not. Like, they're not millionaires but they want to. So anyway, like I said, it's not that I don't appreciate Charlie's position. Very sad. It comes down to It's not. You can see that it's like, but you agree. Where can you want to get to it before the band
Shit! Someone's after us! We gotta get down there!
This is not good. This is not good at all. Anyway, so then it goes on. And Toby said, well, but I would share the idea positively of the people were born in this country. That is for like 300. It's interesting. Sorry, he has 377 by the like he does that. You're not so exactly what you said. Oh my God, this country is my skin. Now all of you are all going to be able to see taking out that let's kidnapping. Let them kidnap. That's expulsion. That is a program of expulsion. That's to say, people who are here should not be here, and then they go back to where they came from. That's not a kidnapping. It's taking you somewhere against your will and holding. It's more a kind of releasing into the wild. But this I was born here. Well, a lot of people are born in a lot of places that they're not allowed to live now. It's just not you. So you didn't care. Or it's quiet and you care. I mean, after the period of decolonisation of the 20th century, millions are no longer allowed to live in the place of their birth. This has been something that's followed on, again, from LBC.
Let's let me know where he's
let's do this, you know.
Yes.
Possibly, but I mean, like, she held in. She's a Pakistani woman. And she decided to fight for justice inspired by like Southern Father. The first call I received was from like, bro? That's Pakistani. Such a relative. In Pakistan, immediately after my video, why would someone it's not like you don't have to do it. That's really powerful. Alright, parents. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So you are in Pakistan? Have roots in Pakistan. They're so deep and so tight that you literally, as soon as you bring the lecture,
you find the cargo? Great! Now just lose the cops and get it back here.
Yeah. That's... It's already made. Let's give these people Joanna London. Joanna London. She was born in a province called Jammu and Kashmir. Yeah. That's where Joanna London was born and grew up until she was like 10 years old. And on her Wikipedia bio, it's interesting that it tells her in 1954, the country of 21 years ago, traveled with the Empire with her. Interested in Europe. Because he ended up going back to Asia, but she stayed at boarding school in India because it's clear decolonisation was happening. So now Joanna Lumley is not an Indian citizen, even though she was born, basically the first part of her life, in India. Why has she not got friends and relations, family members? Well, it's a congratulations on becoming a game director. Well, the answer is because the British were expelled. Your ancestors literally looked at our skin colour and said, not enough.
Great job out there! And once Rooster climbs out of whatever tree he landed in, I'm sure he'll be relieved to know you got the job done.
Well, that's a great question. But as they said, they went, quote, home on leave to England. Why did they go to England? It's because both their parents are English. which is why she looks so English and sounds so English. Because both of her parents are English. Same way that both of your parents are Pakistani, and you still have family in Pakistan. That's why. You know deeply that actually your roots are there, just as Joanna Lumley knew deeply that her roots were actually in England. And if she is being expelled from the country of her birth because of her ethnicity, which is what happened to the British, then she went back to Britain. And so I guess you'll figure out somehow where you would go back to if you would be expelled. I'm not saying she's going to be expelled or anything like that. I'm just tired of this shell game. I'm just tired of this theatre production, this fiction, these flickering lights on the wall that we're looking at in Plato's Cave. The reality is you know this. Everyone knows this. And ultimately, again, I was critical of Charlie, but like what this comes down again, Femi will know where his family's from, and that's where his ancestral loyalties and origins lie. But ultimately, what this comes down to is a question of: do the British have a moral right to Britain, the primary claim to Britain, over foreign immigrants who are here against our will, FYI, every single one? And the answer is, of course, yes. Right? The answer is obviously yes. If we don't have the primary claim to Britain, how exactly did Femi come by it? How exactly did this woman come by it if somehow we didn't have it? And the answer is, they know they did. We know they did. Everyone knows they did. And this tension, this question, is resolving itself with, I mean, we'll cover it tomorrow on the podcast, no doubt, the stabbing in Glasgow. I mean, what? That's awful. But is it any more or less awful than the killing of Henry Novak? Is it any more or less awful than, again, forget the man's name, the man getting his eyes gouged out in Northern Ireland, in Belfast? Is it any more or less awful than Southport and Axel Rukovana? And the answer is no, it's the same, because it is the same principle that is animating what is happening. Ethnic conflict being brought to the fore because of the imperial principle of moving people around outside of the context in which they actually belong. And this generates the national... I mean, like, have you read anything about the separation of India and Pakistan? I think 1 million people were murdered by partisans on both sides trying to settle scores and get a new arrangement. And we're blamed for that. They blame us for them killing each other. It's like, well, maybe the imperial principle is a temporary one, but the national principle is a kind of eternal one that predominates whenever the imperial principle comes weak.
Where's my second jar? I've only had the first one that was on the banister. Okay. The wee bin just inside the door? Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Right, make sure you get ketchups and curries. Plenty ketchups and a couple of curries. And also, could you maybe try and get me, at least and Dad as well, one donut? Thanks. Because they've not last couple of times, that's why I'm asking. Yep. Hey, Mum. Go on your app and you'll get them through a reward for free. Do it that way. Right, because then if you get there and it turns out they're out of stock, you could exchange it for a smoothie or something. Right. If you order something and it's out of stock, they'll usually allow it to up as a replacement. they won't strictly make it equivalent because it's not your fault. Like if they had no mediums, they would give you a large because it's their inconvenience. Like it's not your fault. But yeah, like the last time when they had no donuts and they gave me a brownie, the brownie's like 70p more. Okay. Right.
Honestly, I think that's the case. There's a reason why Joanna Lumley went back to England. There's a reason that you're getting your call from Pakistan. And there's a reason that you guys have this note of fear in your tone. This like desperate sort of, I was born here, I was born here, I was born here. Okay. So was Joanna Lumley, so were the rest of them. You didn't complain when they were expelled, but you're going to complain when you're expelled because you are the ones living on the imperial principle. As soon as the national principle raises in conflict to the imperial principle, suddenly, oh no, I love the British Empire, I love the mixing of peoples. Yeah, of course you do, because you're personally benefiting from it. But those people who aren't don't love it. Your ancestors didn't love it. We don't like it now. And if we don't get a grip on the demographic decline as a percentage of the white British in Britain, then our descendants will never forgive us. So,
You ready?
sure,
Okay. We're trying to stay one step ahead of some rival smugglers in the area. I'm thinking a little break-in, possibly some shooting, then we steal their stuff. Sound good? I mean, why alter a winning formula?
As Fanon pointed out, at some point, things will get so bad that it will just become obvious that the best thing to do will be for people to go. Now, this will happen in Nigeria, this will happen all across Africa, this will happen all across Asia. This is just, and it's happened all across Eastern Europe. Millions of Germans were deported out of Eastern Europe. This is just an immutable principle history. And when the imperial principle weakens and trembles and no longer protect its colonists, well, they often make a rational decision for themselves. And again, I just want to be absolutely clear, I'm not advocating anything here. I'm just explaining a mechanism of history and nations that has been the way things have gone, the way things have been forever. It's just an intrinsic part of human society. And we are seeing the predictable horrors of ignoring this truth about humanity play out on the streets every day. What I want is not to have horrors play on the streets. I really don't want these horrors. But preventing them is recognizing
Negotiations jogos together to cheer for life.
this truth.
What you are watching is the moment a 29-year-old villain and his retired police officer father enter the Grand Rapids Police Station in Michigan. They approach the front desk, and the father explains that his son was the last person to see 31-year-old Ashley Gunn alive, and he would like to provide a statement regarding her disappearance. The only catch, the father is requesting that the police provide his son with an attorney. With a complete lack of awareness, the clerk at the front desk routinely refuses this request and sends a cold-blooded killer back into the streets. The father-son duo leave the facility, head straight back to their car, and drive off. Just 4 hours later, things are heating up with the, well, Anthony supporters in particular. They are having a really difficult time, accepting the fact that he was found guilty. And they have now seemingly...
Hey everyone, and welcome to another GT Online video here on the channel. Since we know the next you'll see,
You follow us downright this way! These are some of the worst landing gears from my series, Weekly Dose of Aviation. In this video, we've got landing gears collapsing.
Are you gay or straight?
Straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Not sure, that's on them.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
I think he's trying to hide it. He's gay.
Why do you think so?
The chain and the figure. I never met him, but I can. So I was straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, shut up.
Do you think he's...
Yeah, for sure.
Why do you think so?
Just the way he is. Let me see, wait, gay. It's the only answer. That's always the answer.
Now, are you gay or straight?
Straight, I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yes, yes.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
He's gay as fuck.
Why do you think so?
The camera, the way he's holding the camera with the strap, that's one hit, and that hair.
Now, are you gay or straight?
Try to be as straight as I can.
Do you think other people would think that?
50-50.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
I'd say bi. He's bi. But still, it's the hair, the mustache.
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
I don't know. Just we'll find out.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
Super gay.
Why do you think so?
Just the love.
This trend's so stupid, but it is funny. There's so many haters out there. I guarantee it go on forever. Just everyone calling each other gay. The thing is, that makes valid points. You know, when you spoke about that camera strap on the shoulder. It seems to get the screenshots at the gayest point as well. People are coming gay.
Are you gay or straight?
Right.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, obviously.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
Gay.
Why do you think so?
It looks gay.
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
Gay as fuck, bro.
Why do you think so?
I don't know, maybe it smiles. Because, like, he looks gay, bro. You know?
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Let's see what happens.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
I'm gonna say, it's little gay to me.
Why do you think so?
I don't know, bro. You think it's gay to me.
Are you gay or straight?
Straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Oh, I don't think so.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
That guy's gay for sure.
Why do you think so?
Just the way his back is arched and his head is tilted back. Yeah, he's gay.
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yes, I know so.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
He looked gay because he put his hand like weird.
Are you gay or straight?
It's all the little details that they notice. They just notice all these little gay details. Probably the dumbest trend I've seen in a while, but it's hilarious.
Are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
I mean, not by the way I look.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
Yeah, he's looking a little gay, but
Why do you think so?
like he's kind of like looking a little weird.
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Probably not. Because I go to the gym and like I'm getting muscular, so other men are impressed.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
He's gay.
Why do you think so?
Just because of the look on his face.
Now, are you gay or straight?
Straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
I've been called gay before.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
He probably gay.
Why do you think so?
You either go to the gym and stuff, or you gay.
Now, are you gay or straight?
I'm straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Yeah, they don't think I'm straight.
Do you think he's gay or straight?
Yeah.
Why do you think so?
Teeth on the tongue, like, you know, it's like looking at you. Submissive.
Now, are you gay or straight?
Straight.
Do you think other people would think that?
Hope so.
I feel like all these guys are trolling each other like this comment season.
Do you think she can steal your man?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
My man likes black women. I ain't gonna lie. He likes black women, so that's not it.
Do you think you can take someone else's man?
I can take anybody, man.
Do you think she can steal your man?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
If she can steal my man, that ain't my man. My man can't be took. That's my man.
Do you think you can take someone else's man?
Take him. I can take it, but I don't want to take him. I want you to come over here and take it. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think she can steal your man?
No.
Why not?
She's not different.
Do you think you can take someone else's man?
No.
Why not?
So I wouldn't do that.
Do you think she can steal your man?
No. That's not his type. You don't like skinny girls?
Do you think you can take someone else's man?
Pretty sure I can.
Do you think she can steal your man?
Depends on the man, but not my man.
Why not?
Because my man loves my food.
Do you think you can steal someone else's man?
I wouldn't want to currently, but yes, men are very easy, almost as easy as women.
So most of the women think they're better than the other women and they can steal anyone's man, but no one can steal their man because they're their man's only time. Like this comment says, the only normal one was this one. She's cool.
But the guys want to die.
I'm into the girls.
Are you into the girls? Are you into the guys?
Okay, listen, I'm fully only into girls.
Truth came out. The truth came out, my God. It's fine. Give you. I don't know if you want to go myself. I'm not strict enough if you still boast. It's not a strict program. I want you to shake your values into it. And here's her 10 years after.
Do girls like to be approached in public?
By hot men, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
100%.
I think it's different, honestly, for most girls. I think if you're just nice and respectful and you see that she's not like a rush or in the middle of anything, then that's fine. But she seems like busy on the phone, she has something to do, then avoid it.
No. No. Well, I don't know. I mean, you approached me, obviously, and that seems normal. But I don't know. It really depends on your approach, I think. Yes. I'd say yes. But, like, not in a catcall way. It really depends on how you approach them.
Yes,
I would say yes.
absolutely. Are you kidding me? I complain about it on a daily basis.
The woman at the beginning was the most honest one. This
By hot men, yeah.
physically attracted to her. Yes. If not,
Tonight, I'm going to flirt with women. I decided to leave the club.
And he lived happily ever after. To the end of his day.
Good morning. Have a nice day. I love the outfit. It's kind of coordinated. I love it. No, I warmed up. I done my side ups. I done my push ups. I moved. Oh yeah. Have a good one. Thank you, darling.
and now she's gonna see the video of you putting them weird faces at the end and think you're a weirdo. Even I'd take a different direction to work after seeing your face like this. I can't lie.
What country did the United States gain its independence from?
Europe.
Who's the first president of the USA?
Yeah, top hat. Yeah.
What's his name? What's his name?
Abraham Lincoln?
Okay, what do you think?
Yeah, Lincoln. I think it's Lincoln too. We got my top hat.
Lincoln. What country is the Great Wall of China in?
Tokyo?
What language do people in Idaho speak? Someone blurted that.
Idahoan.
How many years are in a decade, Gemma?
12.
How many are in a century?
500.
What is the closest star to Earth? Okay, relax, Fido.
The North Star. The sun. Oh, the Lone Star.
What country is the Panama Canal in?
Portugal.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Panama Canal.
Yeah, Portugal.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Oh.
What's that serial killer's name? Jeff Dunn.
Hello. Welcome. What's your name?
Jordan.
Jordan. How old are you?
I am 34.
Where are you from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm a neonatal ICU nurse and the author of the Buddhist Medicine Anti-Inflammatory Cookbook.
So what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to travel, create travel.
No point asking any more questions. She's being eliminated. The men have decided and been decided. I don't have too much sympathy. You're the one who's put yourself in this position.
Right, just out. If men didn't exist, who would protect women?
From who?
The women in the comments saying, she ain't wrong, she ain't wrong. Have you not heard about lesbians? Domestic violence. Do you think there's no other women hurting other women? There's no female prisons. Okay? Do you think women have no capability of being violent? She's right though, chill without the women. How do you know there can be more women?
Can you number? Can you number? Can you number? Can you number? Oh, can you number? Can you number?
Huh?
Can you number? Your number? Oh. Oh. I'm from LA.
Hello.
Yeah.
Really? I have something out there.
I know. I have a place.
into rose abuse and probability theory.
Why should I care about a man's mental health when the only thing a man has ever said about my mental health is you must be on your period?
Honestly, I think it's better if you don't care about a man's mental health. I don't really want you near him. Once you see that septum pierce, we know there's something not quite right there, so you should stay away from constituencies.
This is feminism. This is misandry. What's the difference? Feminism advocates for equal rights for all genders, while misandry is the hatred of men. And confusing the two is exactly what divides people. This is equality. This is equity. What's the difference? Equality gives everyone the same thing, while equity gives everyone what they actually need to reach the same level. But here's the part most people refuse to hear. These are rights. These are privileges. What's the difference? Rights belong to everyone by birth, while privileges are advantages some have and others don't. And the hardest part is recognizing which one you're standing on. This is gender. This is sex. What's the difference? Sex is biological, while gender is how a person identifies. Two different things that science and society still argue about.
Lost me at the end of gender and sex. What is the difference between gender and sex? Gender's just a thing you can make up, man. You just got a bunch of genders and just then you can identify as come with difference. There's male and female.
Me, I'm 56 years old. Damn! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Some people might come with difference. There's male and female.
Me, I'm 56 years old. Damn! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Some people might find this funny, but I think you're basically cucking your boyfriend because you're watching reality TV first and over another guy and showing your boyfriend's right next to you. I think there's a lot of guys that are doormats and they get with these girls knowing how they are before. So I don't really have too much sympathy. And a lot of the time, if it's the other way around, they do not like that shit if you're talking about another woman.
We do have the signs. On a yeah, yeah, we do. Yeah. I really don't want to kind of do. Also, you got one. Yeah.
That's
5 years later, these two have had a kid called Peter Parker.
Perfect.
See that again. Parker.
Perfect.
See that again.
How old are you?
35.
Are you single?
No.
You have a man.
I'm married, yes.
How long have you been married?
6 years.
How do you feel if he comes up to you and compliments you when you're out on a girl's night?
I mean, good, of course. And it feels nice to get compliments. Of course. Very nice.
You say that getting validation is part of the reason why you have girls' nights, or is it purely just something to do with your girlfriend?
Purely just having fun with girlfriends. It's nice to have some time out. I have 2 little ones at home, so it's nice to just catch a break and have fun with some girlfriends.
You never feel like you go out after an argument with your husband to kind of
Get away from
yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to escape from that, but no, I mean, my house can be very hectic. I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, so, and I work full time, so it is nice to, like, sometimes just catch a break, but no, I mean, I do it just simply to be with my girlfriends.
So you value the home life more?
Yes, of course.
Let's say your husband says, you can't have any more girls' nights. Do you think that would be something you'd be willing to give up for him?
There would be no reason, I feel like, in a healthy relationship, you should be able to be together and have your life together, but also be able to do things separately and, like, have your girls' night or have a guy's night and just a bond with your friends. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So if he said, babe, I'm going on a boys' trip to Medellin, Colombia, you're cool with it?
I don't know about Colombia. Depends on who's going and the destination.
But are you from Miami or?
No.
Okay, so you're here visiting. Is your husband here too?
No.
So you can go to Miami But he can go to Colombia?
Well, I'm here with my sister-in-law, so, but no, I mean, we're celebrating her birthday, we're not doing anything wrong, we're just having a little girls' trip. But I don't know, men in Colombia, I don't like the sound of that.
Him going to Colombia, then it's the same thing as her going to Miami on a girls' trip, especially when she's dressed like that. But if you saw this woman out on the street, you're not going to think she's married, you're going to think she's single. She's not exactly dressed like a married woman. I don't think there's anything wrong with women going out there, friends and whatever, but it depends where you go, how you dress, the whole vibe. Going to Miami, what's the difference of that and going to Colombia? One rule for her and another rule for him.
Yeah. Hey, what is up? Lifting up the air like a rubber lining gun. Just another day and another dollar, bruh. Dollar bill, count it up. Another win, can't get it done. Watch me get it in a plane for my love. Watch me out it in a leg and I love it. Talking, yeah, got this swing with the club. Hollywood.
You know, his pride is fine. This is what the shit up. This is just we need to see him.
Yeah, I'm on 260, bro. Unless you're 260, it's about 260. So yeah, but I'm 260.
I dated a guy for 2 years, partially because I met him during a game, and he was so sweet and the way he was communicating with the guys I thought was adorable. There was one part where I thought was adorable. Partially because I met him during a game, and he was so sweet and the way he was communicating with the guys I thought was adorable. There was one part where I was in couch, we were on this couch, and so I had the guy that I was on couch with was from the green time, he was sitting behind me.
Before the satire, she's
Stop it. It's a character.
She could have definitely mentioned out. Yeah, the subject definitely mentioned. Now I'm sure that numbers of that issue of this group. But also, there was not that of a lot of this world job that for the religious you can do in the line post them on so you don't like try more patients because you got a better percentage of and that's the big way I'm doing right now. All you do is find all that you can do and you can plan stuff below. I do not publish details from my documents, but the rules, and I will announce the minutes on Discord server. And starting with this chapter, right here, that the chapter, you should click the join button, and later on, it will be way more first. Anyways, go straight into the video. Start on out, but it's not coming back on the out of it. I'll still start fully through to work. And actually save the outfit, where you want to dump back on. So I'm gonna save this outfit, just for you. And by the way, if you get to level out this, or you want more stuff, you should have juggled a big common challenges for the placements. But anyways, it's the game. And now you're gonna go to the silver circles, and you should do the quest to our right, and it should spawn somewhere there. You will see it on the boss tree, and you see it over there. So just go there, and I recommend
So I did a bit of reconnaissance earlier, and unless you have something small enough to make it under the shutter door, we're gonna have...
But this best thing is randomized, because that will make it 10 times easier. I got a code with touch people with it, and now gonna start this mission. This one again. So he's not quite well, basically. So now what you gotta do is so you have to see it's illustrated. We just do all of this and launch the dog back out. And now what you got to do is exit the turbine. And now we gotta go to location, and it can be a different location. But this location I got, so just take everybody out and take it off the back. And now we gotta do the top and go to the drop off location with the flying vehicle, go high into the sky. And what you gotta do now is gotta jump from your flying vehicle and you need to make sure you land right into the yellow field. And that may be a bit tricky, but this is my first try. So this was many tries before, like in different videos, but this is my first and perfect shot. So what you're gonna do now is you're gonna go to the ammunition over here, to the drug store. It can be any drug store, doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be this one. And now you gotta go to the barrel and go to the shooting bags. And now you gotta equip the additional shooting bag. And for some reason it has to be this bag. The other ones don't work. So just equip it. And now open up the pause menu and go to the mouse forward over there with the flying vehicle. So go high into the sky again, and now you gotta drop from the flying vehicle and open up the carousel. And make sure you land right in front of the mass door, like actually in front of the mass door. And then you gotta snap right on the back. And this may take a more time as well, but it's easier than landing into the yellow circle. So now just save the output like that. And now let's go get the back of the output. Now I will show you how to approach this. Okay. Good. And go to the back. And now try to go to the back. And now we can get the back. The other one don't work. So let it this up and I got announced with this at this point survey. I'm trying to put this number right here. You guys need to be in that bit. You quickly hit the front button and hit it off and we'll be here more clear. And then we can just put it here. You thought I'm like it, like it. I think I'll wait for it. And let's just see the output where you want to double type off. So like the top side on the output. Now I will show you how to increase on the output and for that try to go to the LS button and I will speed this up and for some reason holding the LS button should work. The other ones don't and you do not need a mention for this.
We did it! I consider that message sent.
Is you gotta go to the location. So let's go to this location over here or any other destination. And now we basically just gotta equip the FID badge. There it is. And now what you gotta do the ammunition. So open up the pause menu and go to the ammunition. Now see the outfit. And now you can leave the mission. So go to online, find new session, invite on the session, and leave the mission. And you will see once you spawn in that you will have the FIB badge under your outfit. So yeah, this is how you get the FIB badge. Now I will show you how to get Black Joggers, and for that you need to have the mission called Work Dispute. You can also get it from somebody else. Just join my Discord server. We have nearly 4,000 people in there. But to get the black joggers, you need to be the host. So the person that starts this up. Or you need to be the third person that joins if you do not have this mission. As you guys can see, there is the black joggers. And now what you need to do is you need to go to your apartment, and you cannot see it on the map, but you should know where it is. This place is to keep up onto the blue circle. And pull yourself up. And now you can go into your apartment. And over here you can save the outfit. So just like that. Save it. And now you have the black joggers. Simple as that. Alright, so for the next glitch I will show you how to get a full invisible body without transfer. So for that what you gotta do is make you how you can go into your apartment, and but you should know where it is. And now what you need to do is you need to go to your apartment, and you cannot see it on the map, but you should know where it is. This place is to keep up onto the blue circle. And pull yourself up. And now you can go into your apartment. And over here you can save the outfit. So just like that. Save it. And now you have the black joggers. Simple as that. Alright, so for the next glitch I will show you how to get a full invisible body without transfer. So for that what you gotta do is make sure you have no top. So just like that. And then you gotta go to the utility vests, and be sure you apply the pitch plate carrier. So number 43 it is. Anyways, once it is applied, what you need to do is you're gonna grab some gloves, for example, if you like, and be sure to remove the headgear. So any masks and those stuff. So put the gloves, and you can pick any glove you like. I'm gonna go for the grey gloves. And make sure you see the outfit in any slot, doesn't matter where. Now you need to go to Heist walls and apply any of these in the gas mask, doesn't matter. So now what you need to do is you need to open up the pause menu, and you need to go to this exact combination. And I will speed this up until there. So now be sure your location has been set on that location. And now you need to do this in the machine glitch. So buy a soda, go to find new session in within the session, and wait until the mask disappears, and then make sure to switch. So yeah, this is how you get the FIB badge. Now I will show you how to get black joggers, and for that you need to have the mission called Work Dispute. You can also get it from somebody else. Just join my Discord server. We have nearly 4,000 people in there. But to get the black joggers, you need to be the host.
Okay, here's the deal. Thanks to my intelligence and foresight, I've got tabs on a salvage crew scouring the ocean floor for a smuggler boat that just went down. Apparently, they're on this massive barge using magnets to search for any highly valuable goods that were on board the wreck. I got a rough idea of where they might be working, so head over there and let's figure out how to steal their sunken treasure.
And now you can go to your apartment. And over here you can save the outfit. So just like that. Save it. And now you have the black joggers. Simple as that. Alright, so for the next glitch I will show you how to get a full invisible body without transfer. So for that what you gotta do is make sure you have no top. So just like that. And then you gotta go to the utility vests, and be sure you apply the pitch plate carrier. So number 43 it is. Anyways, once it is applied, what you need to do is you're gonna grab some gloves, for example, if you like, and be sure to remove the headgear. So any masks and those stuff. So put the gloves, and you can pick any glove you like. I'm gonna go for the grey gloves. And make sure you see the outfit in any slot, doesn't matter where. Now you need to go to Heist walls and apply any of these in the gas mask, doesn't matter. So now what you need to do is you need to open up the pause menu, and you need to go to this exact combination. And I will speed this up until there. So now show your location has been set on last location. And now you do the machine glitch. So buy a soda, with the fighting session, you will do the session, and wait until the basket appears, and then shoot switch. So just like that. And you should spawn next to the gun store. And now you need to go back and go to the outfit section and apply the outfit. So this one. And now you need to buy another soda, and you will see once you finish your soda, the mask will spawn back onto your outfit. It may take a couple of seconds, but you will see it will spawn back. And once it did, what you need to do is go to the outfit section again and see if your outfit in the first slot or any slot, doesn't matter, and just apply the outfit a few times, and you should see an orange circle, wait until it's over, and once it's over, go to online, job, play job, also create missions, and start any mission. It doesn't matter, just choose any mission. But once you are in a mission, you should see that you spawn in without the vest. If you spawn in with a random mask, go to GA and try this mission again. But now what you need to do is you need to go to the gear section and you should apply these gear pieces. And now you need to buy a soda. And you gotta wait until you actually finish it. Once you did, you need to go back to the shoes. As you can see, you have some parts that are invisible. And I will show you how to get rid of that front thing over there, of that t-shirt. So to do that, gotta go to the top section, apply the last one and remove it. As you can see, now we have the invisible body. And you can actually make some adjustments to this outfit, but we should do it in this mission. So I'm going to do it over here. As you see, there's some helmet, and you should see the outfit, just like that. And now you can basically just leave the mission. So go to online, find your session, you can do a session, or you can leave up your phone, it doesn't matter. It's actually, as you can see, once you spawn in, you will do this, and I will show you how to make it stick. So if you want to stick, what you gotta do is you gotta go to the Kasabka, so just request it, and open up the pause menu, and go to the location. So I'm gonna go to Kasabka, and you need to go to this group right here. You should become CEO. And what you need to do is you need to stand where I stand. And you should apply the outfit and then apply this code here. Then open up the interaction menu, put the maximum style once to the right, back out. And now you need to remove this code here. As you guys can see, now it will stick. As you can see, it sticks. So yeah. And this will stick until you leave the session. So for the session it will stick to quiet helmet. And what you gotta do for that is you also gotta go to the helmet section, and you should buy the LSPD quiet helmet, so this one over here, and save it and make sure the files is up again.
What's up, guys? I'm back with another glitch video for y'all. You guys read the title. I'm going to be teaching you guys how to get the orange trash vest. So let's just get right into it. So what you're going to need first is you're going to want to go into your closet, or you're going to have to go buy these if you haven't. Go to your tops, go to utility vest, and then equip the peach plate carrier. Now from here, you're just going to want to go to helmets and bulletproof helmets. You're going to want to put on any bulletproof helmet. It doesn't matter because it's going to remove the helmet that you have on either ways. After you've equipped the bulletproof helmet, go to masks, and then you're going to want to go to gas, and then put on the chemical mask. Then just save the outfit in any slot that you want. I saved mine in 19 for no reason, but do not. There's only one slot that you can't save it in, and it's not 20. You want to make sure 20 is open. Make sure 20 is empty and it doesn't have any outfits at all. Now from here, you're gonna want to go to jobs, play job, Rockstar Creator, go to mission and start up a titan of a job, and wait for yourself to load in and then start it up. Once you load in, just get into any vehicle that you're pushing the vehicle. You can see here, I brought my compressor, so once you get to your vehicle, open up your map, and then you're gonna see a bunch of gun stores. Just go to any. So once you get to the gun store, just go save your outfit in the same slot that you saved it in, and then you can just leave the drop through your phone or give your pause menu. Now once you load back in, now you're going to want to start up the trash vest job that is in my description, and you just start it up, and you are going to need a friend for this. Once you load into the job, just invite your friend. Once your friend has joined you, just start up the mission. After you load in, there is a 50-50 chance that you get the orange or the green vest. You're going to want the orange one. After you load it in, go to your interactions, go to appearance, and go to illuminated clothing, and just do this for 30 seconds.
What you are watching is the moment a 29-year-old killer and his retired police officer father enter the Grand Rapids police station in Michigan. They approach the front desk, and the father explains that his son was the last person to see 31-year-old Ashley Young alive, and he would like to provide a statement regarding him to some parents. The only catch, the father is requesting that the police provide his son with military. With a complete lack of awareness, the clerk at the front desk instantly refuses this request and sends a cold-blooded killer back into the streets. The father suddenly and straight out their car and drive off. Just 4 hours later, a young woman was received by the city police. The call the rapid company following the bus and received the smell coming from the room and went downstairs. Now they plunged on one bed of the father.
So I just went in the basement, opened the door, there was touch, and what it looked like blood was pumping. And I wanted to go to some here right now and look at it.
Officers to the police dispatched to the residence. They realized all the effect of that.
Did you call? Get back! So the last couple days, we were just having DoorDash, and he was doing the stove. I go in the basement to check the pipe seat, fluid been flooded or something. It's nothing, but just like I can understand.
What you are watching is the moment a 29-year-old killer and his retired police officer father enter the Grand Rapids police station in Michigan. They approach the front desk, and the father explains that his son was the last person to see 31-year-old Ashley Young alive, and he would like to provide a statement regarding her disappearance. The only catch, the father is requesting that the police provide his son with an attorney. With a complete lack of awareness, the clerk at the front desk blatantly refuses this request and sends a cold-blooded killer back into the streets. The father-son duo leave the facility and straight back to their car and drive off. Just 4 hours later, a 911 call is received by the same police station. The caller, a Grand Rapids local named Mario Nelson, noticed a putrid smell coming from his basement. When he went downstairs, he found a bloody tarp-like bed at the bottom of the staircase.
I was just having a real bad feeling. So I just went in the basement, opened the basement door, and there's a tub, and what looks like it could be blood leaking from it. And I want the police to come here ASAP right now and look at it. Alright.
Officers were immediately dispatched to the residence. When they arrived, Mario met them on the drive.
Please say you found the cargo. I got a truck waiting nearby, and I really don't want to lose my deposit. Load everything in there and drive it back to the hangar.
It's nothing, but it's like I can understand that stuff over. But when I come on back, I'm shining my flashlight, and it looks like from all this weekend, by the way. And I ain't gonna touch it, man.
After repeating these details, officers rush inside the home and go straight to the body of the deceased. They see that Mario was talking and take up peace inside.
Yeah. No, I can see again there. So let's get everybody back out.
Inside the van, they find the dismembered torso of Ashley Young, broken missing from cold bags. Officers promptly taped off the crime scene as others continued their conversation with Mario.
I know you probably can't tell me, but is that's a car, yeah, all right. Yeah, I think that's a car. No, that's car. No, okay, yeah, but that's what I'm still on. We just still can't stand it.
With a potential suspect now on their radar, Mario's upstairs room, sharing chains. The officers wondered if Mario had any details about the victim.
The person at the hospital, I was standing there like a couple days ago, I went up to him, like, he told me to come up there and smoke it, and so I just remember, like, you know, like, doing that, maybe, like, doing things like a couple days ago, when I went up to him, like, he told me to come up there and smoke it, and so I just remember, like, you know, like, doing that, maybe, like, brownish red.
Did he say how he knew it?
He said what I said. I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you can hit it, but I've never seen it. I'm just saying, you know, she's going to leave in a couple of seconds because I got somebody else coming in.
Did she come in that focus? Yeah, that was her thought. Yeah. Did you see her leave, or did you leave first?
Yeah, I left.
Did you ever see her leave?
Not only did Mario confirm that the Ford Focus in the driveway belonged to Ashley, but he also said that the day after he saw her at the house, his roommate asked him for help getting into her room. Apparently, Ashley had locked her keys inside.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. It was like, you know, I'm the person, I try to mind my business, you know what I'm saying? So I try not to be all, you know, my girlfriend, she be, you know, all out the window all the time.
Right.
So, like, I would never, I would doubt if it wasn't for her, I never would, like, when he called, when he didn't have to door, I just didn't, like, forget it, but they normally high off weed and saying that, you know what I'm saying? I can't have a conversation with nobody like that. And I said, yeah, like, if somebody come in and tell me, tell them how to do it.
Okay. He said that?
Yeah.
But were they willing for that?
Yeah. I'll check to see if we at the house, but we got it good.
Taking this statement about the roommate being armed very seriously, lead detective Kelly Brent called in backup to execute a search warrant on the house. As they make their way to the second level, where Jared lived, officers find a garbage bin and cardboard box. Inside, they found Ashley's arms and legs, but her head, hands, and feet were still missing.
Your hands up!
Officers find a As they make their way to the second level, where Jared lived, officers find a garbage bin and cardboard box. Inside, they found Ashley's arms and legs, but her head, As they make their way to the second level, where Jared lived, officers find a garbage bin and cardboard box. Inside, they found Ashley's arms and legs, but her head, were still missing.
Hands up! Hands up!
Jared was arrested and he was thrown into the back of the police cruiser. During a drive back to the police station, Jared sat silently the entire time. Upon arrival, he was quickly brought to the Jared.
Don't take off, Dust.
By this point, the detectives had figured out that he was the same person that visited the police station with his father earlier that day.
That came in earlier and he thought he got turned away.
Yeah, I just can't really that's pretty so long.
Officer. As they make their way to the second level, officers find a garbage bin and cardboard box. Inside, they found Ashley's arms and legs, but her head, hands, and feet were still. As they make their way to the second level, where Jared lived, officers find a garbage can with a cardboard box. Inside, they found Ashley's arms and legs, but her head and hands were still missing.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up your head! Hands up! That's on your head, man.
Jared was arrested and immediately thrown into the back of the police cruiser. During the drive back to the police station, Jared sat silently the entire time. Upon arrival, he was quickly brought to the interrogation.
Can't take long, does it?
You read these of us?
By this point, the detectives had figured out that it was the same person that visited the police station with his father earlier that day.
We think the fact that you came in earlier and I'm sorry you got turned away.
Yeah, no, I just came in just to feel like everybody rang on Facebook that last
Brought to the interrogation.
That's on your head, man. Hands on your head. Hands up on your head. That's on your head, man.
Jared was arrested and immediately thrown into the back of the police cruiser. During the drive back to the police station, Jared sat silently the entire time. Upon arrival, he was quickly brought to the interrogation.
Can't take long, does it?
Yeah. You read these of us?
By this point, the detectives had figured out that he was the same person that visited the police station with his father earlier that day.
We think the fact that you came in earlier and I'm sorry you got turned away.
Yeah, I just came in just to feel like everybody rang on Facebook that last person about it's just been said, trying to get some information out of it. I just can't even recommend you just asking back to tell you fill out and look at her problem. So I'm not going to sit in and talk about that. Maybe whatever you kind of that know what's going on. I don't want to say nothing right now.
The only other information that Jared gave the detectives was that he and Ashley had been friends for years and just recently reconnected. On the night of her disappearance, they finally decided to meet up and went to a pub called Mulligan's. However, he claimed that they eventually parted ways because Ashley lost her phone somewhere, and that was the last time he saw her. After providing this little tidbit, Jared froze up and refused to speak with the detectives any further. While he sat behind bars, investigators continued to build their case against him. The police first sat down with Ashley's mother, Christine, to break the tragic news. Christine was not happy that it took the officer this long to speak to Jared about Ashley. You see, on the asshole brought to the interrogation, but her head, hands, and feet were still missing.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands on your head! Hands up on your head. That's on your head, man.
Jared was arrested and immediately thrown into the back of the police cruiser. During the drive back to the police station, Jared sat silently the entire time. Upon arrival, he was quickly brought to the interrogation room.
Can't take long, does it?
Yeah. You read these of us?
By this point, the detectives had figured out that he was the same person that visited the police station with his father earlier that day.
We think the fact that you came in earlier and I'm sorry you got turned away.
Yeah, no, I just came in just to feel like everybody rang on Facebook that last person about I just know what's going on. It's really good. I was just concerned and I'm trying to get some information out of it. I just told you, recommended you to just ask for the right to turn me and because I don't really know what the hell's going on. So I don't want to like sit here and talk about shit that maybe infinitely or whatever maybe kind of like I don't know what's going on. But I just don't want to say that. Maybe infinitely or whatever maybe kind of like I don't know what's going on. But I just don't want to say nothing right now.
The only other information that
Hey, it's me again!
was that he and Ashley had been friends for years and just recently reconnected. On the night of her disappearance, they finally decided to meet up and went to a pub called Mulligan's. However, he claimed that they eventually parted ways because Ashley lost her phone somewhere, and that was the last time he saw her. The only other information that Jared gave the detectives was that he and Ashley had been friends for years and just recently reconnected. On the night of her disappearance, they finally decided to meet up and went to a pub called Mulligan's. However, he claimed that they eventually parted ways because Ashley lost her phone somewhere, and that was the last time he saw her. After providing this little tidbit, Jared froze up and refused to speak with the detectives any further.
While he sat behind bars, investigators continued to build their case against him. The police first sat down with Ashley's mother, Christine, to break the tragic news. Christine was not happy that it took the officers this long to speak to Jared about Ashley. You see, Christine knew that Ashley was headed to Jared's house when the police first sat down with Ashley's mother, Christine. Not happy that it took the officers this long to speak to Jared about Ashley. You see, Christine knew that Ashley was headed to Jared's house when she went missing, and she had already reported this to the police. Ashley's family had even been posting all over Facebook that Jared was the last person to see Ashley, and Christine had been bombarding him with phone calls from the moment her daughter disappeared.
Hello, Jared. My name is Christine Young. I'm looking for my daughter. She was last with you. Is she with you? She needs to contact me. Tell her that I'm going to contact the police department to do a missing person.
Still, upon hearing that her daughter had been found dead, she refused to believe that the body was Ashley until the police did a DNA test. So, the detectives gathered Christine's DNA and sent it to the crime lab to compare it to the victim. At this point, the detectives still hadn't established a timeline between Ashley's disappearance and the discovery of her body. So they asked Christine and some of Ashley's friends if they had any information that could help. According to Christine, the last time she heard from Ashley was on November 28, 2018, when Ashley left her mommy voicemail saying she was driving and would get back to her soon.
Listen to your message right now. I'm driving. When I get to my destination, I will listen to what you have to say. I love you, and I will talk to you later, okay? But right now, I'm driving.
But after leaving this voicemail, Ashley went radio silent. A full day and a half went by with no response from her. This lack of communication was extremely out of character for Ashley, who was always on her phone. So Christine immediately went to Facebook for help. That's when Christine learned that Ashley was with Jared right before she disappeared. So she began calling him relentlessly. Jared eventually answered one of Christine's calls and told her he was with Ashley on the night she disappeared. But she ended up going home with his friend Demetrius. When Christine called Demetrius, he said that he had no idea who Ashley was and nobody was at his apartment. Christine knew Jared was lying. 3 days went by with no sign of Ashley, and the police still hadn't stepped in. So, on December 2nd, 2018, just hours before Ashley's body was discovered, one of Ashley's close friends, named Eva Molina, went to Jared's house to do some investigating herself. Unfortunately, nobody answered the door. But while she stood on the porch, Eva noticed a horrendous odor coming from a nearby mop bucket. She then noticed a garbage bin on his porch with work boots sitting on top. She began digging through this garbage bin and discovered several heavy-duty cleaning supplies, including latex gloves and lemon-scented ammonia. She also found firm grip work gloves and a broken saw blade. She then went to speak with Jared's downstairs neighbor, and Mario's girlfriend answered the door.
Hello, Jared.
Eva explained that Ashley was missing and asked if they had seen her. But Mario and his girlfriend said they had no idea what she was talking about. So Eva left.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Okay. However, Mario soon realized that Ashley was probably the girl that visited Jared a few days earlier. So he finally decided to investigate the horrible smell that was coming from the basement. After assembling this timeline, investigators decided to look into Jared's bank records and learned that he had gone to a store called Tracy's Market several times following Ashley's disappearance. There, he purchased heavy-duty cleaning supplies, including the latex gloves and ammonia that Eva found in his garbage. During one of his trips to Tracy's Market, Jared can be seen placing an orange bag into the garbage bin right outside the store. The detectives went to the store themselves to dig through the trash, and they found more latex gloves, 2 pairs of Jared's pants with Ashley's blood on them, and several items belonging to Ashley. The detectives also extracted the data from Jared's phone, and in his most recent conversation with Demetrius, Jared tells him to answer Christine's calls and tell her that Ashley just left for work. As we mentioned earlier, Demetrius told Christine that he had no idea who Ashley was. This response clearly You're fucking stupid, bro. You're judging. Bro, delete all these messages. It seemed that Jared had lied to Christine about Ashley's whereabouts. In fact, the investigators gathered surveillance footage near Mulligan's, the pub that Jared and Ashley went to before she disappeared. The footage made it clear that Ashley stuck with Jared the entire night and definitely didn't go home with Demetrius. The detectives also learned through Jared's location data that he had gone to his parents' house around the time that Ashley went missing. So, the police immediately executed a search warrant for their home. In the living room, they found a reciprocating saw peeking out from under one of the couches. The saw blade had been snapped off, leaving just a small piece behind. This matched the saw blade found in Jared's garbage bin. It also appeared that there was still some hair and rotting flesh jammed into the saw. The crime lab confirmed that the samples of flesh and hair stuck in the saw belonged to Ashley. Jared's parents, Jamie and Barbara Chance, were both brought into the investigation themselves. Unfortunately, Christine was not happy that it took the officers this long. Still, upon hearing that her daughter had been found dead, she refused to believe that the body was Ashley until the police did a DNA test. So, the detectives gathered Christine's DNA and sent it to the crime lab to compare it to the victim. At this point, the detectives still hadn't disappearance and the discovery of her body. So they asked Christine and some of Ashley's friends if they had any information that could help. According to Christine, the last time she heard from Ashley was on November 28, 2018, when Ashley left her mommy voicemail saying she was driving and would get back to her soon.
Listen to your message right now. I'm driving. When I get to my destination, I will listen to what you have to say. I love you, and I will talk to you later, okay? But right now, I'm driving.
But after leaving this voicemail, Ashley went radio silent. A full day and a half went by with no response from her. This lack of communication was extremely out of character for Ashley, who was always on her phone. So Christine immediately went to Facebook for help. That's when Christine learned that Ashley was with Jared right before she disappeared. So she began calling him relentlessly. Jared eventually answered one of Christine's calls and told her he was with Ashley on the night she disappeared. But she ended up going home with his friend Demetrius. When Christine called Demetrius, he said that he had no idea who Ashley was and nobody was at his apartment. Christine knew Jared was lying. 3 days went by with no sign of Ashley and the police still hadn't stepped in. So, on December 2nd, 2018, just hours before Ashley's body was discovered, one of Ashley's close friends, named Eva Molina, went to Jared's house to do some investigating herself. Unfortunately, nobody answered the door. But while she stood on the porch, Eva noticed a horrendous odor coming from a nearby mop bucket. She then noticed a garbage bin on his porch with work boots sitting on top. She began digging through this garbage bin and discovered several heavy cleaning supplies, including latex gloves and scented ammonia. She also found firm grip work gloves and a broken saw blade. She then went to speak with Jared's downstairs neighbor, and Mario's girlfriend answered the door. Jared. This lack of communication was extremely out of character for Ashley, who was always on her phone. So Christine immediately went to Facebook for help. That's when Christine learned that Ashley was with Jared right before she disappeared. So she began calling him relentlessly. Jared eventually answered one of Christine's calls and told her he was with Ashley on the night she disappeared. But she ended up going home with his friend Demetrius. When Christine called Demetrius, he said that he had no idea who Ashley was and nobody was at his apartment. Christine knew Jared was lying. 3 days went by with no sign of Ashley and the police still hadn't stepped in. So, on December 2nd, 2018, just hours before Ashley's body was discovered, one of Ashley's close friends, named Eva Molina, went to Jared's house to do some investigating herself. Unfortunately, nobody answered the door. But while she stood on the porch, Eva noticed a horrendous odor coming from a nearby mop bucket. She then noticed a garbage bin on his porch with work boots sitting on top. She began digging through this garbage bin and discovered several heavy-duty cleaning supplies. Christine called Demetrius. He said that he had no idea who Ashley was and nobody was at his apartment. Christine knew Jared was lying. 3 days went by with no sign of Ashley and the police still hadn't stepped in. So, on December 2nd, 2018, just hours before Ashley's body was discovered, one of Ashley's close friends, named Eva Molina, went to Jared's house to do some investigating herself. Unfortunately, nobody answered the door. But while she stood on the porch, Eva noticed a horrendous odor coming from a nearby mop bucket. She then noticed a garbage bin on his porch with work boots sitting on top. She began digging through this garbage bin and discovered several heavy-duty cleaning supplies, including latex gloves and lemon-scented ammonia. She also found firm grip work gloves and a broken saw blade. She then went to speak with Jared's downstairs neighbor, and Mario's girlfriend answered the door.
Hello, Jared.
Eva explained that Ashley was missing and asked if they had seen her. But Mario and his girlfriend said they had no idea what she was talking about, so Eva laughed.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Okay. However, Mario soon realized that Ashley was probably the girl that visited Jared a few days earlier, so he finally decided to investigate the horrible smell that was coming from the basement. After assembling this timeline, investigators decided to look into Jared's bank records and learned that he had gone to a store called Tracy's Market several times following Ashley's disappearance. There, he purchased heavy-duty cleaning supplies, including the latex gloves and ammonia that Eva found in his garbage. During one of his trips to Tracy's Market, Jared can be seen placing an orange bag into the garbage bin right outside the store. The detectives went to the store themselves to dig through the trash, and they found more latex gloves, 2 pairs of Jared's pants with Ashley's blood on them, and several items belonging to Ashley. The detectives also extracted the data from Jared's phone, and in his most recent conversation with Demetrius, Jared tells him to answer Christine's calls and tell her that Ashley just left for work. As we mentioned earlier, Demetrius told Christine that he had no idea who Ashley was. This response clearly got on Jared's nerves. You're fucking stupid, bro. You judgy. Bro, delete all these messages. It seemed that Jared had lied to Christine about Ashley's whereabouts. In fact, the investigators gathered surveillance footage near Mulligan's, the pub that Jared and Ashley went to before she disappeared. The footage made it clear that Ashley stuck with Jared the entire night and definitely didn't go home with Demetrius. The detectives also learned through Jared's location data that he had gone to his parents' house around the time that Ashley went missing. So, the police immediately executed a search warrant for their home. In the living room, they found a reciprocating saw peeking out from under one of the couches. The saw blade had been snapped off, leaving just a small piece behind. This matched the saw blade found in Jared's garbage bin. It also appeared. The investigator, as we mentioned earlier, Demetrius told Christine that he had no idea who Ashley was. This response clearly got on Jared's nerves. You're fucking stupid, bro. You judgy. Bro, delete all these messages. It seemed that Jared had lied to Christine about Ashley's whereabouts. In fact, the investigators gathered surveillance footage near Mulligan's, the pub that Jared and Ashley went to before she disappeared. 2 pairs of Jared's. There, he purchased heavy-duty cleaning supplies, including the latex gloves and ammonia that Eva found in his garbage. During one of his trips to Tracy's Market, Jared can be seen placing an orange bag into the garbage bin right outside the store. The detectives went to the store themselves.
So this should be easy.
And they
I
found
have
more
Rooster
latex
out
gloves,
bringing back some
2 pairs of
cargo
Jared's
for us.
pants
Go
with
meet his plane at Sandy Shores and help him with the
The
delivery.
detectives also extracted the data from Jared's phone. In his most recent conversation with Demetrius, Jared tells him to answer Christine's calls and tell her that Ashley just left for work. As we mentioned earlier, Demetrius told Christine that he had no idea who Ashley was. This response immediately got on Jared's nerves. You're fucking stupid, bro. You judgy. Bro, delete all these messages. It seemed that Jared had lied to Christine about Ashley's whereabouts. In fact, the investigators gathered surveillance footage near Mulligan's, the pub that Jared and Ashley went to before she disappeared. The footage made it clear that Ashley stuck with Jared the entire night and definitely didn't go home with Demetrius. The detectives also learned through Jared's location data that he had gone to his parents' house around the time that Ashley went missing. So, the police immediately executed a search warrant for their home. In the living room, they found a reciprocating saw peeking out from under one of the couches. The saw blade had been snapped off, leaving just a small piece behind. This matched the saw blade found in Jared's garbage. In the living room, they found it. So, the police immediately executed a search warrant for their home. In the living room, they found a receipt. The detectives also learned through Jared's location data that he had gone to his parents' house around the time that Ashley went missing. So, the police immediately executed a search warrant for their home. In the living room, they found a reciprocating saw peeking out from under one of the couches. The saw blade had been snapped off, leaving just a small piece behind. This matched the saw blade found in Jared's garbage bin. It also appeared that there was still some hair and rotting flesh jammed into the saw. The crime lab confirmed that the samples of flesh and hair stuck in the saw belonged to Ashley. Jared's parents, James and Barbara Chance, were both brought into the interrogation room for questioning. Barbara said the last time she spoke with Jared was on December 1st.
Obviously, lost his job and she's very older, very monthly.
What day was that?
After hearing that Jared was having a mental crisis, the whole family, including Jared's mom, dad, and his brother Connor, all hopped in their car and made their way to Jared's house.
Right. I gotta put stuff there.
If you go, okay, but you can't go.
He might have helped.
I thought the stuff he was getting was stuff from work because there were boots in one item that looked like work clothes.
Jared's work stuff included several cardboard boxes and garbage bags, a dirty mop bucket, and a garbage bin filled to the brim.
She knows the smell.
Oh,
That smell, man.
I thought it was the mop.
You ever think about it before?
Right.
Did it smell like?
Smelled stinky.
Like possibly, reminiscent of a body? I mean, is that?
Like, kind of like, oh, blood or stinky with that mop in there. It smells stinky.
Apparently unaware that Ashley's body parts were in the car with them, the family drove straight to the police station. As you already know, Jared and his dad went in to speak with somebody and demanded an attorney, but they got rejected. So they left the police station, walked around the Costco for a bit, then eventually made their way back to Jared's house. They unloaded the items that they packed in the car for Lee, then drove Jared back to their house where they spent the night.
Sunday morning, he drops the bombshell on you. Okay, tell me what he told you.
He said there was an accident. They'd been drinking and they playing with the guy. He got shot in the face.
They thought
He was on his body. I don't know what he did. And he said, yeah.
whose phone was gone? Just one of them.
She was.
That's what he told you.
Did you kill her? He said, no, Mom, I would never kill anybody. I would never kill anybody. She was my friend. We can't make what to do.
They knew his mom, you know, and then just didn't know what to do. And instead of sticking with her, calling 911 or whatever he took some kind of first aid, he didn't do it. He had his label on his head, you know, I'm a fan, and I mean, this is going to happen. But he didn't think that's correct, that what he did is going to help out. And as you say, what he did after this, cut off her arm.
Feet, her hands, and her head.
If you asked him if he cut the body up, and he indicated to you that he did, yeah, he'd say what he did with the parts of the body. Well, it sounded like he was driven and followed.
I told her I come around and I got rid of them. So put them in the garbage or the trash cans and help them. I said, where? He didn't know.
Since the detectives still hadn't found Ashley's hands or head, they didn't have any hard evidence to disprove that the gun was in Ashley's hands when it went off. But considering how far Jared was willing to simply cover up Ashley's death, the detective was certain that everyone in the Chance family played a part in concealing this crime. That his hands when it went off. But considering how far Jared was willing to go to cover up Ashley's death, the detective was certain that everyone in the Chance family played a part in concealing this crime.
And I think there's more to this story. I think you know more, and that's what I think I know. You tell me. You don't know enough. You didn't shoot. I don't know. I really don't know that. I'm going to what he told me. He told you more. I know he did. I know he told you more. And I know you're trying to be a dad. You're trying to tell him. That's why I said dad, and I will tell you what he told me if I can remember it or recall it. And I'm gathering it. Come around with the damn gun. And he pointed, he said, she took the gun. Okay, stop it. You just said he pointed, and then you stopped yourself. No, I said that, but you said he. I meant she. I know, but you're making these slips.
Suddenly, the detective dropped the news that both James and Barbie were going to be charged with perjury and as accessories to a felony after the fact.
The prosecutor's office is going to charge you with perjury, and I believe that a suffering after the fact.
I just don't know what to do. I want to be cooperative because I don't feel like I perjured myself. But at the same time, I don't know.
I'm a victim of this too. And I'm offended that I've been charged because of the way the system is set up. I was trying to find this young lady body parts, and if I could help you, I would. I don't know really. I would never forget this experience. This is absolutely atrocious. Because we describe our son who did not help him commission like that, and now who were persecuted because a system was being used against us. And to me, it's outside psychology.
Following these interviews, James and Barbara were both thrown behind bars, but not long after, they were able to media outlets have frequently reached out to Christine Young to get her reaction to this news. She agreed to participate in the interview, but requested the group right outside of James and Barbara's home.
Why did you decide to sign up?
Because I want to take my daughter home. That you're feeling something. There are people out there that know something. I just want my baby. I really do want her home. Honestly, if I have to leave, I have to leave for work.
What do you want to say to the kids? For now, I don't know. What do you want to say to them?
You don't deserve to be out. You need to be behind bars with your son. You knew I want my daughter, my Barbara, as a mother. As a mother. I was physical.
What is it, mother?
Cameron was confronted with clips from this report during the jail visit the next day, but he still refused to tell the story.
When Ashley's mom last night, she didn't want to bring the rest of her baby home. There are pieces of her that's missing. Where is she? You just give her some kind of piece and just tell her where. What did you tell your parents about that?
Jared was initially charged with mutilation of a dead body and skimming the death of an individual. The plan was to upgrade these charges to include first degree. However, since the investigators had no evidence to prove premeditation, Jared was ultimately charged with second degree murder, as well as tampering with evidence. For the next 9 months, Jared remained behind bars, experimenting with stuff, chopping it all off on September 6th, 2009, just 4 years.
You have anything to say now?
Jared was initially charged with mutilation of a dead body and skimming the death of an individual. The plan was to upgrade these charges to first degree. However, since the investigators had no evidence to prove premeditation, Jared was ultimately charged with second degree murder, as well as tampering with evidence. For the next 9 months, Jared remained behind bars, experimenting with their stuff, before chopping it all off on September 6th, 2010, just 4 days before his trial was set. Jared would have to admit his guilt and provide details about his murder. However, Jared did not his trial began on September 2010.
Someone's after us! We gotta get down there!
Despite the overwhelming evidence against Jared, the challenge for the state was to prove that Ashley's death was not an accident, and Jared committed this murder.
There's a brown cardboard box. Right beside that box, inside that box, I've got cover filled plastic.
Although the prosecution did not point State's first witness.
You find the cargo?
We also detail the logs to
Yes. He said she was going to pick up her phone and then she was going back but she had to work at her job.
Jared Jared's brother Conrad also took the stand to describe the day of the 7th
cardboard box with a black bag with something in it.
However, most of Conrad's memories that's up there concentrated on that day.
We were sitting in the back seat, walking. Robert did into the vehicle. He said, "Lock, please."
Did remember the incident that happened weeks before.
No. I thought I wasn't meant to. I didn't think I was meant to. I didn't think I was meant to.
Yeah. Actually, what if you only went up there? Oh, yeah. What if you pointed it at? Yeah. Pointed the gun. Yeah. You check that see if
Jared's sketchy behavior of him was exactly what he had regarded that including action.
It's you never supposed to do that.
The state also called Mario Gelson to the stand. He described in detail how the smell coming from the basement developed over time.
And when I first started speaking, it's like somebody was literally out of the burning smell like something burning. And then it started to smell like sewer. Like maybe the sewer was overflowing or something like that.
He then described the moment he found the bag. The gas was released.
And if I come back, then it was very, very out of the
he said that right away he had a feeling and remembered the stupid conversation he had with the doctor and stuff.
Yeah, he told me that he's been Irish mom, that he knows if if he ever got into a situation that he didn't know how to clean up with.
Throughout this entire conversation, Jared was once again Ashley's main business partner.
Well, we don't want to get something. You know, it just made me nervous because I know it's going to take me away. You know, it's going to happen, but I don't know what.
The defense, however, said that even if Ashley's death was caused by Jared's reckless handling of a firearm, it still doesn't make sense. One of their witnesses, the bartender from Mulligan's Park, said that Ashley and Jared seemed to have a great record with zero signs of distress, which also seemed to be the case in the surveillance footage from that day, where Ashley can be seen happily talking on the phone. On just day 3 of the trial, it was already time for those moments.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Washington, D.C. How? I don't have to prove that he shot her. I don't have to prove that he hit her in the head with a baseball bat or a hammer.
Great job out there! And once Rooster climbs out of...
Then pulled out the saw that Jared used and asked the jury, if a fellow juror died right beside you and you had nothing to do with their death, would you chop them up?
I am guilty. That's what counts.
We sat through heaps of evidence that really quote and bad their sight, sound, and fury signifying nothing. There was a lot of things presented, but the one question remained: did Jared chance actually cause Ashley's death?
The jury deliberated for 3 hours before coming back with their verdict.
Counsel, my stand in the pledge, please. We, the jury, in the above title cause, find upon our oaths that the defendant, Chance, is, under count 1, guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of tampering with evidence, guilty of mutilation of a dead body, guilty of the concealing of the death of an individual. They will be remanded without bond. Sentencing in this matter will be set for October 10th at 1:30 in this courtroom.
Directly following Jared's trial, Christine spoke to the media about what this guilty verdict meant for her and the rest of Ashley's family.
It is a hot victory for her.
On Saturday, August 28, 2021, the Greenville County Sheriff's What You Are Watching is the moment
You can tell us where the rest of our daughter is. We got a verdict of guilty, but it's kind of hard to celebrate when we don't have her. He's a coward to not tell and not to speak at trial and tell us where and why.
For the past year, Ashley's family had wanted one thing: to bring all of Ashley home. But even after a guilty verdict, Jared still wouldn't fess up. So on September 10th, 2019, at Jared's sentencing hearing, Christine unleashed all of her built-up anger onto Jared during her impact statement.
Dear Chance, I hate you. I want to rip you limb from limb and discard you like trash. Like what you did to Ashley. This is what's left of my daughter. If I want a hug, I have to hug a box, close my eyes, and pretend that she is hugging me back. You do not deserve to breathe. Ashley was your friend, right? She was your friend. You chose to execute her. You chose to dismember her. You chose to scatter her remains. You will never tell me where she is. Because you like to torment people. You like to hurt them. You enjoy it. I cry 7 days a week. 7! My mind never stops. Never! I am left with nothing but voicemail and videos that I play over and over just to hear her voice, just to hear her laugh. But we will not let her spirit die. She is always with us. The one thing you are never going to take from us is Ashley's spirit.
Thank you, ma'am, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Everybody in the courtroom seemed to be affected by Christine's statements, including the judge, who handed down a merciless sentence to Jared.
You are clearly a monster without any conscience whatsoever, and you are someone who is a danger to society and should never be allowed free. Accordingly, it is the sentence of this court with regards to the second-degree murder that you be committed to the Michigan Department of Corrections to serve a minimum of 100 years to a maximum of 200 years. Yes. I am purposely doing this so that you will not be eligible for parole until you are at least 130 years old. The sentence is concluded. Take him to prison, please.
There should be the death penalty. Laws have to be changed. Things have to change. These people should not be allowed to just kill and keep going to kill.
What do you think about the judge's sentencing? 100 to 200 years.
I'm happy that we won't be like that. He won't be out. He won't be free. He can't do this. If anybody else was child, if this could have been anybody's child.
Now that Jared's fate was sealed, it was time to shift the focus to his alleged accomplices, his mom and dad. A few months later, in January of 2020, Barbara Chance pled no contest to accessory after the fact and perjury. James Chance, on the other hand, denied taking a plea deal. He continued to maintain his innocence and went through with his trial.
That showed that he helped his son avoid discovery, arrest, trial, or punishment. He brought his son to the police department. I'm going to walk my son, who I believe has committed something, some crime. I'm going to walk him into the police department and ask the police to take care of it. How is that indicative of a person who's trying to help somebody avoid arrest, trial, punishment?
Although the defense claimed that this trip to the police department was the noble act of turning his own son in, the prosecutors believed it was all a part of James's calculated plan to improve his son's defense in court.
I'm going to bring him in. I know cops can't talk to you once you lawyer up, but I can say, oh yeah, no, I brought him in. And when it doesn't go his way, he's out of there in less than 2 minutes. And what does he do? He helps his son by returning Ashley Young's body parts, returning Jared to his crime. Go ahead. I put you back to where all the body parts have been chopped up. You can go back to work. I'm not going to turn you in, even though I know she's dead and I know she's dismembered.
James Chance did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. He didn't help his son dispose of a body. He didn't help his son evade capture. He didn't lie to try to throw off an investigation. He did nothing wrong.
By the end of his trial, the jury found James Chance guilty of being an accessory after the fact and perjury. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and 1 year of probation. And Barbara Chance was sentenced to 45 days in jail and 1 year of probation as well.
This is not a joke. You had 5 daughters' body parts in your car. You drove them around. I pray every night that you are tormented by everything that you and your wife and Conrad and Jared have done.
Very deeply for Ashley. And I'm just so sorry everything happened. I wish if I could change it, I would. Do anything to do what's been done. Very sorry.
Jared's parents have already served their sentences and are moving on with their lives. As for Jared himself, he continues to carry out his sentence at the Muskegon Correctional Facility. His earliest release date is December 1st in the year 2118. To this day, he has still not admitted what he did with Ashley's head. it's get like dismantles like footage and interviews of like fucking ships, like big flying like killings or whatever. And kind of goes like bit by bit over like their you know the way they talk and what they do and their mentality, whatever. Kind of just guilty until proven innocent. So
With respect to interrogation analysis, it's no secret the benefit of hindsight gives you a considerable advantage when evaluating information. When you know a subject is guilty, it allows you to exclude it.
So here it is.
The knowledge of outcome highlights the imperatives while stripping away non-essentials, and this allows you to calculate certain things that would otherwise be overlooked by positive mentality. Hindsight is 20/20. Everyone is well aware of this accuracy. And what's fascinating is that it not only applies, but is far more compatible with innocent than it is with guilty. The reason for this is because the information you have to scrutinize is the use of different subjects. The personal factors in this direction of thinking is left with relatively straightforward behavior and comparison. Of course, the argument that everyone is different and can react in a different manner has been but you will always be exceptions to the rule, especially considerations of trauma, cause, and atypical behaviors that guilty are generally distinguished from each other with relative weakness. And that brings us to example number 1. 37-year-old Michael Dixon, described by his peers as popular, friendly, but also unassuming and reserved. A self-professed introvert who turned down a job as a trade show when the usually security in the one that I had to see public speaking, and kept it in the college range unless simple instead. On August 15, 2000, public speaking, and kept his position as a trade show simple instead. On August 15, 2003, in Hamilton, Ontario, police but also unassuming and reserved. A self-professed introvert turned down a job but also 37-year-old Michael Dixon, described by his peers as popular, friendly, but also unassuming and reserved. A self-professed introvert turned down a job as a trade show when the usual spirit in one time I had to skip public speaking and kept his position as a trade show simpler instead. On August 15, 2003, in Hamilton, Ontario, police were called to report a man breaking into a jewelry store. 2 officers responded and chased the perpetrator in a store down an alley before momentarily losing sight of him. At the same time, Michael Dixon was getting off a bus nearby coming home from work. The first person the police saw was coming out of the alley and was then arrested and dumped. Dixon voiced his innocence but didn't resist arrest and stated he would help in any way he could. He was taken to the Hamilton police station and questioned 2 hours after his arrest. What was happening is a common police mistake. If it weren't for the suspect being described as a small white man who died from one call, as well as not being white, Dixon is 6 foot 3. This detective forgot the standard procedure. They called it dispatch, or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence altogether. What happened is a common police One could academics as a common policing misstep if it weren't for the suspect being described as a small white man in a 911 call, as well as not being white. Dixon is 6 foot 3. This detective has either forgotten standard procedures to review the call to dispatch, or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence 6 foot 3. This detective has either forgotten as a small white man in a 911 call, as well as not being white. Dixon is 6 foot 3. This detective has either forgotten standard procedures to review the call to dispatch, or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence altogether. Michael is informed the group is being reported and then read his rights. He asserts he is willing to speak with the detective and help with the investigation.
Well, thank you. Why would he was
your list, your quite something, it's a picture, and then it looks like so I'm trying to see what I'm doing. Okay? So I'm going to ask you if you did it. What I want to ask you next.
The subject maintains a forward-leaning posture and keeps his eyes both in contact and on the same level as the detective's. He displays self-confidence and poise, while it's the detective, in fact, who gives off a nervous disposition. What Michael just did is known as a non-verbal challenge in forensic psychology. So let's break it down into components. In the next moment, the detective will shift in his seat to adjust his position, and at the same time break eye contact with it somewhere in this direction. Michael's exaggerated head movement that follows isn't for the purpose of maintaining eye contact. He can maintain it while keeping his head perfectly still. It is in fact to let the detective know he is maintaining eye contact. It's a way of asserting dominance in the exchange. He is telling the detective that he is the more confident person in the room at that moment.
That's a little bit. Okay, I understand.
It's so weird. I've seen all of his videos and this interview with like it's so weird.
Okay, what question is that? I just got it. That's basically it. That's my question. I'm not position, and sometimes I didn't. Look at that. That's very good. It's like a data question.
You no doubt come to notice how incredibly tolerant Michael is over the unjustness of the situation. It's the most unusual thing about his behavior, and perhaps what makes him an anomaly with respect to innocent subjects. So before moving on to the second phase of this interrogation, we'll show you a more common response from an innocent subject facing similar charges. This is 26-year-old Justin, falsely accused of breaking and entering, first-degree theft, and assault. He was arrested at his home and only read his rights to silence on the way to the police station. The footage will begin before the subject knows what exactly he is being charged with. In his mind, he knows he has done nothing wrong, and at this point is unaware he is about to be wrongfully imprisoned for just over 2 years. Holy fuck, dude!
You know what I was earlier? 19. Okay, fine. Yeah, Tuesday. 6 o'clock. What was it? Did you know you were sleeping at that time?
He doesn't see his interrogators as a threat, but more of an inconvenience. His responses are short and concise. He does not seek approval. He only responds to a question or states a comment.
See you sleeping at that time? You go like ready that day, nothing for a job, yeah. That morning.
The detective's strategy is to reveal the charges in a periodic manner. Getting a confession to one charge at a time is far easier than gaining admission to all of them at once. The plan is to reveal the break-in and robbery charge first, then reveal the assault at a later stage. The detective goes on to explain that the accuser named Candy said she saw him loitering around the house in the evening hours of the night, and a short time later witnessed him break in and steal a multitude of thousands of items. The detective then explained that the Candy was out of a 12-pistol lineup of suspects.
Tell me why
Justin is now aware of the burglary charge, which holds a possible 20-year prison sentence due to previous convictions. He will now begin to forcefully assert his innocence, and each time he does so, will bring forward his posture and strengthen his vocal emphasis while making the assertion.
Well, I should say that I was there before. I was saying she said she see my face before the act, before the break in. That is breaking down. I don't know who she is, what she's talking. I don't know no girl named Kay, none of it.
Why is she saying that you're...
I don't know why she's saying she, I don't know, I don't know. I was not there. I don't know this girl Kay. So Kay, I even heard of her. She's got a guy I know that she installed things.
The person he just mentioned was the accuser's ex-boyfriend.
Okay. That's it. I grew up with her.
The accuser's testimony was later picked apart in court. She was caught lying on the stand multiple times, and Justin was exonerated. He was proven innocent not just beyond all reasonable doubt, but essentially beyond all doubt.
Last thing I heard about him too, he had arrested for domestic violence. That's all I know since this girl came. I ain't never went to that girl's house, none of that shit. I didn't do that shit. It's God my fucking business, I did not do it.
This level of certitude is rarely seen in people who are hiding something of a sinister nature. Even with the knowledge of how the common subject reacts and time to study and rehearse this specific behavior, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replicate it in a convincing manner under these conditions. If you found the most talented actor in the world and asked him to mimic this behavior on in people who are hiding something of a sinister nature, even with the knowledge of how the common subject
the girl's house, none of that shit. I didn't do that shit. It's God my fucking business, I did not do it.
This level of certitude is rarely seen in people who are hiding something of a sinister nature. Even with the knowledge of how the common subject reacts and time to study and rehearse this specific behavior, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replicate it in a convincing manner under these conditions. If you found the most talented actor in the world and asked him to mimic this behavior on a movie set, he would be able to do so in a near identical manner. Yet if you place that same actor in a real-life situation of interrogation, with the prospect of facing decades in prison for a crime he knows he's committed, his acting capabilities won't be anywhere near as effective. The survival instincts mentioned at the start of this video would be nullified by the burden of guilt, and the ability to perform under pressure would be significantly diminished. But to set aside behavior analysis for just a moment, focus solely on this image. Most of you watching at this point will get a sense of integrity from this picture alone, that the subject is both honest and confident in what he is saying, but still uncertain as to what the detectives are thinking or going to do. A mixture of sincerity and fear. The knowledge of outcome will no doubt influence this perception, yet what's intriguing is that most of you will have gotten this exact same perception completely void of hindsight. It's a hard thing to accurately explain, but it's something you can just feel. And this instinctive feeling is what the guilty have an almost impossible task at hand.
And, you know, put something up on the thing and it gets out. I thought it was something.
I mean, what do they think? Like, I fought with her, so, and I specifically, I fought with her, so I went to kill them. I mean, come on. I mean, that, you know.
You know, it's a personality. That's why you're in this position. You don't even understand it. Why I'm not about something. I'm not about that will be about like if someone else that is I would take it and I would try to put out of the side and get it back to where in conversations where that's my son definitely I am not that person.
I never went to that girl's house, none of that shit. I didn't do that shit. It's God my fucking business, I did not do it. I did not do it. I did not do it.
Now we got to you going again.
No, I don't know the group. I ain't going to Girl Scouts. God is always I'm not going to Girl Scouts. I used to be a piece of shit when I got fucking vacation for like that 1.1. I ain't done nothing burning my fucking ass off talking about me.
Yeah, you see, other than you saying you're not, that's one. What can you tell? How can you prove to me that you said you were up?
All you got is power ass for money.
You're telling me you didn't put out of house.
The detective then goes on to reveal Judge is accused of assaulting his supposed victim during the robbery. They came here and got fired. She got injured. No, man. What the hell? Man. We hung out there blueprints. He stole every place we like her goddamn injuries. So that's straight right there. This sounds like the goddamn thing of fucking house suicide and he installed the fucking non-stop cover. Now they're trying to put it on me. I know that's what you fucking see. That's why we're talking. No, that's bullshit. I'm trying everybody my fucking products like fuck out of this goddamn fucking pay attention to shit. I did not do this.
That's what we're talking about. We're here to investigate these about poor guys. That's why we're asking all these questions.
I mean, I didn't fucking do this shit, man. I'm fucking shaking. I didn't fucking do this, man. Justin had already served 3 years in prison for a robbery in his early 20s. He more than likely knew the reassuring tone of the investigator wasn't a good sign. Although slightly more animated than the average person, this form of aggression is a commonplace response from the innocent people who have been accused. He comes off aggressive, but in a defensive manner. He is not being hostile, but highly combative in confessing instances. His conduct is totally justified considering the circumstance. But facing a considerable amount of time in prison for something he didn't do, this level of anger is warranted. So when compared to the forgiving composure of Michael Dixon, the extraordinary nature of the behavior is even more pronounced.
This guy again.
Hostile, but highly combative in confessing his innocence. His conduct is totally justified considering the circumstance. But facing a considerable amount of time in prison for something he didn't do, this level of anger is warranted. So when compared to the forgiving composure of Michael Dixon, the extraordinary nature of the behavior Perhaps the most upsetting moment, considering the fact that we know this man is innocent, would see the fever verge of his eyes as he realizes he won't be going home to consider without giving an insight into much of the introverted person, he is notably afraid of what lies ahead, yet reacts to the situation with reasoning and experience. Rather than explode into emotion and more extroverted personality, he instead processes it and then responds to it and transition. I'm talking up to you because I know I didn't do it. like you say, just some things like that. I've been up to the
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, right?
You know what, I've been into the game now, I do. This is one that wants to do. Did you do it? I'm trying to check it out.
Getting a confession void of evidence is in fact excellent for an investigator's career. It's a mark of merit and can accelerate promotion. Michael continues to profess his innocence in a calm and composed manner for further suppositions. His temper will draw out a bet, testify conclusions, every detail of his alibi is later proven to be 100% accurate.
Guys, okay, because I'm not like a lawyer, but when I was lawyer, that's 20 decades, like, charges that can happen. It's not like, those in board and so on. It's just one small law, and they can do
Investigate all of this, and I'll investigate. I'm still going to investigate this story further. So, hopefully, I'll get something here. It's going to improve and improve.
You know, like now I was on the ground. I'm terminal. Sitting back down. To the bus stop.
I've come from it. But now I'm back on it, right? Now I'm looking at this. This is the basis of the negative factor. I was certain that we can get them. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know if the outside of the downstairs
What is happening? You
no question about this. This guy is so tall that they're so insane. This guy doesn't do any of the business. You know, sit jump for hours and oscillator and you're just chilling. I lose my shit.
Eventually did. The suspect was His deputy killed for 3.5 days before a separate investigator looked into his alibi and checked surveillance of the area in question. He was then exonerated and pleaded. A civil trial ensued. Martin was awarded $46,000. While interrogating officers and 3 other investigators were all demoted and suspended without pay.
Oh, that is so weak though. 46 days. Listen, we got a lot of money, but dude, like a normal upsetting system, and that's fucking jail. That's traumatic, bro. That's like a
definition of justifiable homicide is a killing without evil or criminal intent. It's a type of defense used in criminal law, where the homicide of another is excused by reason of the offending party being under imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. A homicide in this instance is considered blameless, yet the ability to prove or refute this defense will often boil down to some of the most precise technicalities that would most often be considered I like myself. 29-year-old Brittany Jacobs drove to the Circle A food store located in Clearwater, Florida. The driver was her 28-year-old boyfriend, Marquise Brockman, while in the back seat were their 3 children who were all under the age of 6 at the time. When they got to the store, check disclaimer. If you were to buy, you really kind of sometimes you don't like what's it. Just go next to Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old. The definition of justifiable homicide is a killing without evil or criminal intent. It's a type of defense used in criminal law, where the homicide of another is excused by reason of the offending party being under imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. A homicide in this instance is considered blameless, yet the ability to prove or refute this defense will often boil down to some of the most precise technicalities that would most often be considered insignificant in this instance. I like myself. 29-year-old Brittany Jacobs drove to the Circle A food store located in Clearwater, Florida. The driver proceeded with her 28-year-old boyfriend, Marquise Brockman, while in the back seat with her 3 children who were all under the age of 6. When they got to the store, check disclaimer. If you were to buy, you really kind of sometimes you don't. The definition of justifiable homicide is a killing without evil or criminal intent. It's a type of defense used in criminal law, where the homicide of another is excused by reason of the offending party being under imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. A homicide in this instance is considered blameless, yet the ability to prove or refute this defense will often boil down to some of the most precise technicalities that would most often be considered insignificant in this instance. I like myself. 29-year-old Brittany Jacobs drove to the Circle A food store located in Clearwater, Florida. The driver proceeded was her 28-year-old boyfriend, Marquise Brockman, while in the back seat were their 3 children who without evil or criminal intent. It's a type of defense used in criminal law, where the homicide of another is excused by reason of the offending party being under imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. A homicide in this instance is considered blameless, yet the ability to prove or refute this defense will often boil down to some of the most precise technicalities that would most often be considered insignificant in different circumstances. I like myself. 29-year-old Brittany Jacobs drove to the Circle A food store located in Clearwater, Florida. The driver proceeded was her 28-year-old boyfriend, Marquise Brockman, while in the back seat were their 3 children who were all under the age of 6 at the time. When they got to the store, check disclaimer. If you were to buy, you really kind of sometimes you don't like what's it. Just go next door. Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old son to buy drinks and snacks. Roughly 90 seconds later, while Brittany was still inside the vehicle, 47-year-old Michael Draka pulled up in his Toyota and illegally parked alongside her. He got out of his truck and started circling the young mother's car, looking for... When they got to the store... Chat disclaimer. Okay, viewers should advise that these videos are kind of dark sometimes. Just be careful. If you don't like what's it, just go next door. Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old son to buy drinks and snacks. Roughly 90 seconds later, while Brittany was still inside the vehicle, 47-year-old Michael Draka pulled up in his Toyota and illegally parked alongside her. He got out of his truck and started circling the young mother's car, looking for a disabled parking placard. An altercation ensued after 20 seconds, with witnesses inside the store reporting they heard a loud and aggressive argument between a male and a female.
Marquise exited the store 75 seconds after the start of the confrontation, approached Draca, and forcibly pushed him to the ground. When they got to the store.
Yeah, chat disclaimer. Okay, viewer discretion advised. These videos are kind of dark sometimes. Just be careful. If you don't like what I see, you just just go next door.
Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old son to buy drinks and snacks. Roughly 90 seconds later, while Brittany was still inside the vehicle, 47-year-old Michael Draca pulled up in his Toyota and illegally parked alongside her. He got out of his truck and started circling the young mother's car, looking for a disabled parking placard. An altercation ensued after 20 seconds, with witnesses inside the store reporting they heard a loud and aggressive argument between a male and a female. Marquise exited the store 75 seconds after the start of the confrontation, approached Draca, and forcibly pushed him to the ground. Exactly 2.5 seconds after that, while still on the ground, around 3 in the passenger seat was her 28-year-old boyfriend, Marquise McLaughlin, while in the back seat were their 3 children who were all under the age of 6 at the time. When they got to the store.
Yeah, chat disclaimer. Okay, viewer discretion advised. These videos are kind of dark sometimes. Just be careful. If you don't like what I see, you just just go next door.
Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old son to buy drinks and snacks. Roughly 90 seconds later, while Brittany was still inside the vehicle, 47-year-old Michael Draca pulled up in his Toyota and illegally parked alongside her. He got out of his truck and started circling the young mother's car, looking for a disabled parking placard. An altercation ensued after 20 seconds, with witnesses inside the store reporting they heard a loud and aggressive argument between a male and a female. Marquise exited the store 75 seconds after the start of the confrontation, approached Draca, and forcibly pushed him to the ground. Exactly 2.5 seconds after that, while
if you don't like what I see, you just just go next door.
Brittany parked the vehicle in the store's only handicapped parking space located on the side of the building. Marquise then got out and went into the store with their 5-year-old son to buy drinks and snacks. Roughly 90 seconds later, while Brittany was still inside the vehicle, 47-year-old Michael Draca pulled up in his Toyota and illegally parked alongside her. He got out of his truck and started circling the young mother's car, looking for a disabled parking placard. An altercation ensued after 20 seconds, with witnesses inside the store reporting they heard a loud and aggressive argument between a male and a female. Marquise exited the store 75 seconds after the start of the confrontation, approached Draca, and forcibly pushed him to the ground. Exactly 2.5 seconds after that, while still on the ground, Draca pulled out a .40 caliber Glock pistol and fired a single round at Marquise, who then ran back into the store and collapsed in front of his son. Paramedics arrived within 19 minutes and rushed him to the Morton Plant Hospital. He was pronounced dead at 4:04 p.m. CCTV footage captured the entire incident.
Then we have to skip 2:30 to 2:40. But we still have to watch the beginning so we have a little bit of context. Oh, I can do full cam, right? Yeah, we need context anyway. You push them. And then he shoots them. What?
Following the shooting, Draca reportedly put the gun in his SUV as he waited for law enforcement to arrive. He cooperated with deputies at the scene as he was placed in handcuffs and then transported to the North District Station for further questioning by detectives.
He got pushed to the ground. His head didn't bounce off the ground. He didn't get into a fist fight. Nothing really happened. Like, he got pushed to the ground, and everybody stopped moving, and then he just pulled out a gun right there, and then nobody moved, nobody did anything, and then he just shot, and that was it. That's it.
Still, you can pop it. Yeah.
Those renovations are done, boss.
What do you think? Stop saying self-defense, okay? You guys will always parade that term, okay? You can say at the beginning of the video, okay? It's self-defense. When somebody is harmed or killed, a lot of specifics comes into play. A lot of things come into play, right? And they have to be able to justify it or whatever.
What do you need?
And self-defense.
Just let me know what you need.
When things are de-escalated and things are stopped, no shots.
Come off. You're gonna be cool. Yeah. Okay. I don't know you. I don't know nothing about what's going on.
You have my absolute word.
We gonna make some deals?
Yes.
2040.
Oh, hi. Bye.
Anything else right now? Same type of duty as you can. Okay.
Yeah, everything started to get slower. Hit me from behind.
No, no.
That's all. Everything
Is anything broken?
I told him I've got an MBA.
Straight up. Okay.
Captions, hello?
Hey, Michael, how you doing? I'm Detective Upton.
Let's see this. Let's what happens there.
Sorry to be generally stressful circumstances in life. Myself, what? Yeah. Hey, I'm not the, this is Detective Shield. I'm not the case agent in this. I'm a detective in the same unit. The case agent and the assistant case agent, if that makes any sense to you, are going to come speak to you in just a few moments. Okay. Of course, before any of us speak to you and try to go into any kind of details about anything or anything like that, I'd like to read you your rights. Are you familiar with your rights, Miranda rights? Okay. The reason we wanted to do that first, of course, we want to talk to you about anything. Again, the case agents are going to come in here in just a few moments. It's my understanding that your
chat. I want to make my own read about this before this even starts. Okay, I just feel like okay, if the guy comes out of the store and this guy's like yelling at his wife, whatever, right, and it's getting heated. Yeah, you're right. He definitely shouldn't push. Okay, definitely shouldn't push, right? But he doesn't even know the extent of the argument yet, and the other guy knows that the other guy doesn't know the base of the argument because he wasn't there to listen to it, right? So I think it's fair to assume that it wasn't the same question mark. I forget. I'm sure I'll watch videos.
still detective school right now. Okay. Okay. Oh, we have to, of course, office safe and all that kind of stuff. I'm not worried about that. I got a store I go in there every day. You guys just live right around the corner. Would you be willing to give us consent to go inside the vehicle and just for documentation purposes and that kind of thing? Okay. Looking momentarily, okay? It's going to be two other guys, not quite as handsome as me, but they'll be in here in just a minute, okay?
I think the most important part is that after he pushed him, the guy who did push him looked like he was about to walk away or move on. His entire body is turned away from the guy who was pushed, completely away, right? Looked like he was about to dismiss, disengage, or de-escalate. And this guy decides that it's at this time that he pulls out a gun. He even shot him in the chest, but it could almost been in the back because dude, due to the positioning, so it's like
Vehicle cargo. Okay, if you want to start trading, you're going to need warehouse space to store the cars. See what's on the market and make your purchase.
yeah. I see it already. I didn't see it already. It's just logic.
All right, just here at the Final State Sheriff's Office, North District Station. Today's dates, July 19, 2018. I just want to talk to you reference today's shooting.
just go through your kind of day, like right before you get to the store.
Okay, you've got some space. Now you can move
Right,
cargo.
she goes, yes,
Click
right,
on
I'm
the
not
green
bad,
button,
I'm not bad,
source
you're so stupid.
vehicle, and we'll search the system for an appropriate car.
The act
Soon
of
after
pushing
that, the details
doesn't
will come through
de-escalate.
by text.
You shouldn't
Then
do
it's
it.
just up to
That
you to
doesn't
get the
warrant
car and
somebody
bring it to
to
the
shoot
warehouse.
at you.
Be on
Okay,
the lookout
I
for
get it.
rival
It's bad.
organizations
When
trying
things
to
escalate,
hijack your
things can get
vehicles.
heated.
And
Whatever.
know that you can
Right?
intercept
But because you push
organizations
somebody,
moving
it
cars
happens.
too.
It happens. In a lot of places, people make mistakes. They shouldn't die for it. Holy shit! Imagine if you were given, if you were given the same thin line, every time you did something, or some mistake, dude, everybody would just die and get nothing right.
Are you employed, sir? Okay. I wish I was I've been retired for about 15 years. Mind if I call you Michael? Okay. Okay, you can call me George. So just walk through, you leave your house and you drive up to the store? No, I was coming back from Missouri, Rosary. So you get to the store, I mean...
He knows he's wrong. He just knows it.
This is the second time he has said this. It could be argued that he's already trying to give his version of events some form of reinforced vindication before he even states them. By it being his store and him being there every day, he is designating himself as some form of protector or guardian, thus characterizing his actions as pure and his logic behind them of pure intent.
What? Well, I'm confused because I'm more aware of the shop. I don't know about this shop, but isn't the handicap spot further away from the entrance of the store than the normal spots?
Actually, I was walking around. Oh, okay. Parked here.
No. Okay. Oh, it was at left. Well, normally it's closer. That one looked further.
She was the driver of the car? She was in the car. She was in the car. All right. You didn't see anybody else in the car? Anybody else on the car? Okay. See through. So you guys are talking? Yeah, exactly. She's out of the car by this time. Oh, standing.
Yeah, I'll skip that really.
Okay.
And I got hit from the left side, and we tried to straight backwards and knocked it over the corner.
Okay.
You saw the two white ladder lines next to the thing. That's where I was standing. Okay, so I went on straight back after I got hit.
By hit?
What do you mean hit?
I was standing like this talking to her. I was hit from right here. The shoulder was pulled in front of me, and then I was.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
We'll get somebody to take pictures of them.
I'm not worried about that too much, but I'm pretty sure I landed my wrist.
What?
Under my gun, actually. That's how I landed.
Okay, this isn't the hit though. He got in the video that we saw before. He got pushed. Yeah, because I don't want to diminish anything. I'm trying to be neutral. Okay, but he got pushed and he fell in a certain way that maybe damaged him. But I don't think the push was crazy.
So you land on the pavement?
Oh yeah.
I'm saying this is the hit. It's like.
So that time I had to put hand down to get hand out from underneath. As I come out, I start drawing my weapon, As I start leveling up my weapon, he makes his next step towards me.
No.
The so-called 21-foot rule stems from what is known as the Tuller drill, a self-defense training exercise to prepare against a short-range knife or melee attack when armed only with a holstered handgun. The idea is that by the time an individual determines a deadly threat, draws their firearm, and fires, the attacker will have already closed up to 21 feet in distance. This reinforces the idea that one should have their handgun drawn and ready to engage at a target if they're within that distance. Yet what Drake left out is that this training exercise puts a strong emphasis on the fact that the attacker must have a weapon in their hands. That is the key component if one is to use this rule as a justification to immediately engage with deadly force.
We saw a bit about this.
So fast, was that, did you say anything to you? Negative. Not a word. Did you say anything to them? No. Like back up? No.
It could be assumed that the suspect's frantic response was because he felt threatened by the question. Put yourself in his position, but assume that you knew, without question, that you were in the right, and there was no other option than to fire upon the attacker. When posed a completely logical question such as this, you would take a moment to grasp and incorporate its principle. This is because you would have no need to be in a defensive state of mind. You would feel no threat, and its that is the key component if one is to use this rule as a justification to immediately engage with deadly force. Will have already. The idea is that by the time an individual determines a deadly threat, draws their firearm, and fires, the attacker will have already closed up to 21 feet in distance. This reinforces the idea that one should have their handgun drawn and ready to engage at a target if they're within that distance. Yet what Drake left out is that this training exercise puts a strong emphasis on the fact that the attacker must have a weapon in their hands. That is the key component if one is to use this rule as a justification to immediately engage with deadly force.
We saw a bit about this.
So fast. Did you say anything? Negative. Not a word. Did you say anything to them? No. Back up? No.
It can be assumed that the suspect's frantic response was because he felt threatened by the question. Put yourself in his position, but assume that you knew, without question, that you were in the right, and there was no other option than to fire upon the attacker. When posed a completely logical question such as this, you would take a moment to grasp and incorporate its principle. This is because you would have no need to be in a defensive state of mind. You would feel no threat, and it's human nature to be inquisitive and curious about matters related to our own decision-making. It's how we grow as people. Yet if we are in a defensive state of mind, this natural curiosity would be overlooked, as our focus would be projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Breaker's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
Weak-ass buster! You guys want to talk to me about that from the way I was able to jump. I couldn't level it with one hand. So
That doesn't make sense.
You're going down, man!
Toward our own. In this instant, we projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Breaker's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talk to me about that from the way I was able to draw, and I couldn't level it.
That doesn't make sense.
I actually tried to get my left in that. How many steps did you finish one step? And then you guys from talking about okay, so there's been another threat around him. I spun him a little bit, and then I need to store it. Maybe a threat going. I did have her. There's a potential on him beforehand, before you fired the gun. Say that. Before you fired the gun, once you pull the gun out, okay? You said he stepped towards you? Yeah. Because I want to step right. One more step towards you.
Emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talk to me about that from
However, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened toward our own people. Yet if we are in a defensive state of mind, this natural curiosity would be overlooked, as our focus would be projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talk about that. I have to take it to God.
That's not nice.
Actually, trying to talk about
Natural curiosity would be overlooked, as our focus would be projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talking about that. I have to take it to God.
That's not nice.
Actually, trying to bring my left around.
Toward our own. Natural curiosity would be overlooked, as our focus would be projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talking about that from the way I was able to talk.
Okay, head out.
That's not nice.
And then that was that talking about that we did the story spot in a little bit and the story with dog.
That you knew, without question, that you were in the... It could be assumed that the suspect's frantic response was because he felt threatened by the question. Put yourself in his position, but assume that you knew, without question, that you were in the right, and there was no other option than to fire upon the attacker. When posed with completely logical questions such as this, you would take a moment to grasp and incorporate the principle. This is because you would have no need to be in a defensive state of mind. You would feel no threat, and it's human nature to be inquisitive and curious about matters related to our own decision-making. It's how we grow as people. Yet if we are in a defensive state of mind, this natural curiosity will be overlooked, as our focus will be projected outward toward the perceptions of others, rather than inward toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talking about that. I have to take it to God.
Is him trying to toward our own. In this instance, it could be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to
is him trying to toward our own. In this instance, it can be argued that Draca's immediate response, void of any contemplation whatsoever, is him trying to insinuate that he felt so threatened by the attacker that even the thought of giving any sort of a warning is an illogical concept. It's a variant of the emotional response known as appeal to extremes.
So you guys want to talking about that. I have to take it to God.
That's not nice.
Watch the board run off. So it's one more step. You up? One more step towards you. I didn't say a word. Watch the fire. and let it try around it, and stung him a little bit, and then leave the store, and get for a dog. We haven't heard from you. Thanks for all in before, man, before you fire me. So that's before you fire me. Okay? And get stuck. So you guys know you're going to be talking about that. I was able to try, I couldn't even, I couldn't level it.
That still makes sense.
Actually, try to get my pocket for support. Okay? And get stuck. So it's ready. How many steps? What's my step? Okay. And then that was that talking about that really big thing. They slowly was going to let it try around it, and stung him a little bit, and then you just store it. And you'll get wrong. We haven't heard from you. Thanks for all in before, man. Before we fire you. So that's before we fire the gun. Okay. And get stuck. So it's ready. How many steps? What's my step? Okay. And then that was talking about that really big thing. They slowly was going to let it try around it, and stung him a little bit, and then you just store it. And you'll get wrong. We haven't heard from you. You store it. And you'll get wrong. And let it try around it, and stung him a little bit, and then you just store it. And you'll get wrong. We haven't heard from you. Thanks for all you before, man. Before we fire the gun. Learn to drive! Before you fire the gun, once you pull the gun off, okay? So this step for you. One more step. You're up, even. One more step toward you. How did it say the word? But it was already out. Okay, what do you do? What? I'm coming to fire the whole time, so, okay? You fire the weapon, and then basically just spin. I ended up stepping up.
Just for context, the guy did one step backwards, I think, and turned, and looked like he was like telling him off almost. This guy is already lying for those. I mean, for not for those. I mean.
So he didn't go back actually, and now he left. Or did he go? Did you strike him? While he was gone? I assume so, yes, because of the anger. Okay. So you don't know if you got him, after that, I would assume so. So, what do you do?
He knows he struck him. He knows on. Now, he knows 100% that the guy immediately touched his stomach as soon as he fired.
Somebody's screaming about their kid. Screaming about their kid. I wake up over and call. After you hear someone talk about shit, stuff like that, so, usually I'm not going to talk to the inside, because I suppose myself in the situation. What do you mean you like that?
Well, it doesn't make much sense.
I don't want to be asking specific questions about the and again, just we're truthful when and just because of that appreciate it. So you Mexican people, like you always do it with the walkers. And what do you see from them? So you approach the lead. Okay. And your intentions on walking around the cars. What do you know? Take pictures of this.
Well, just finish it up. Yeah. You're feeling the guy who just done it 30 minutes. Don't bother with that shit. The people who downplay acts like this, just whatever. There's no point.
What do you normally look for? Approach the rear. Right. Make eye contact with Jerry. So on the one hand, you start walking on the bar. I like that.
He states that the altercation started once the driver rolled down the window, yet the surveillance says otherwise. The prosecution stated that the suspect spotted the driver through the windshield and engaged with her at this moment.
Yeah, oh, perfect. All right, come here, look at this. I love it. Tony's Funhouse. What do you think? I think it's 100! Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm seeing tracers.
The window then comes down at this
DJ.
moment.
Get the crowd bumping. Get the millennials boys with the wooka. Go away. What? Go get me some celebrities for opening night. Put up in the VIP lounge if you have to, but you will not be DJing. My glow stick. Oh. Now, let me show you what we got ready for you. Come downstairs. Now remember, I do not nor want to know what's going on down there. I will plead absolute stupidity. But if you need my help, anytime, count on it. Now, this place is fully operational, huh? I don't do the tax returns, and I don't deal with whatever goes on down here. Now, I'm just a club manager, but if you happen to, say, fill it with some, various products of your illicit businesses, I can probably help you sell them. All right, now, everything else on the computer over there and in the office. Shall we head upstairs? Here's our private office. The computer where you'll run things, my desk is over here. Hear no evil, see no evil. Good, all right, let's go get a quick drinky at the bar.
Brave, mate.
So after you start talking to her, you approach
Absolutely nothing. And brave. Ain't it amazing?
How far do you approach
Hello, Tone. Sniff?
No thanks. Hey, baby.
You may be wondering why they are asking such
The big
specific
European
questions
is
when
on
the
the
entire
wing.
incident
Private,
is
of
captured on
course.
surveillance.
Spared no
Yet
expense.
they are
You're
not
paying.
asking for the
Well,
purpose
it was
of
a cheap
gathering
plane,
facts.
but
They are
whatever.
asking to see if
Should
the
we go and pick
suspect
him
will
up?
When you
amend
get
the
back,
facts
we shall
that
have
they
ourselves a
think
little
are
party.
Anything he fabricates
Here's
can
to
be used
Tony's
against him, especially
Funhouse.
during cross-examination to negate his credibility.
See you shortly.
Why would you even lie about anything?
All right, lads?
This is like a flat out broad daylight witness camera recorded whole scheme. And he's out here fucking like lying, like, but why?
Driver, she can probably smell your breath. Go ahead.
Facts. They are asking to see if the suspect will amend the facts that fit with his own narrative. Anything he found used against him, especially during cross-examination to negate his
Solomon's coming to LSIA. Let's get out there, alright?
So, how far do you approach
this city? Don't know what's about to happen to you.
You may be wondering why they are asking such specific questions when the entire incident is captured on surveillance.
And above all else,
They are not asking for the purpose of gathering facts. They are asking to see if the suspect will amend the facts that fit with his own narrative. Anything he fabricates can be used against him, especially during cross-examination to negate his credibility.
2 hours Solomon says done more for me than 10 trips. And I don't know how long on a couch talking to a head shrinker. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
Witness
Let's
camera
get started.
recorded whole scheme. And he's out here fucking like lying, like, but why?
Driver, she can probably smell your breath.
Look, what you doing with that place? Tony's Funhouse? Proper naughty.
So how far do you how far? Let's say how far.
Hey, hold on.
How far did you come up?
Solly, I think we see your plane coming in. What do you mean he's missed a runway?
So,
no, he can't be passed out. Not with all them uppers in his system. Get up there and do something. Push some buttons.
Jesus, Dave, there's so many buttons.
Just press one. It's what you do for a living.
I'm a DJ, not a fucking pilot.
Go on, you've got this, my son. Make me proud.
So,
That's not making me very proud.
Oh, okay, don't worry, I'm back.
For crying out loud.
Okay. I got it.
Whatever you press me.
All right.
Guys,
Cool.
Don't press it. Okay.
This guy's he's just kind of Wolverine. His
Proper
arm
bad
is all
juju,
healed now.
mate. We might be
The pain
about
is
to
gone,
lose our
it's all-
DJ.
Now, dude, it's
Follow
all
that
healed up.
private jet.
It's one guy. Only took
Town. Solomon, you're gonna need to get it together, old son. Where is the man I love? Cool as a cucumber, while the rest of us are losing it. Getting proper rowdy. That's the Solomon I need right now. The miracle worker. The man who saved my bacon and my soul. Take control, Sol. You got this, boy. Lovely, lovely. You up there? Very nice. Now you watch telly, don't you? Streaming, whatever. Then you've seen it done a million times. Grab the stick and act like you know what you're doing.
If you don't mind.
What? Shit. You alright? Oh, thank God for that. Now, you know what not to do, okay? Point the stick again and keep the sky up there. The earth down here, eh?
Now let's discuss that. If you don't mind, if you sit over there, I don't want you to hurt you. Okay, 2040. So you're on the ground, right?
Alright, easy does it.
Okay.
Mellow
How far is the gap?
Keep it proper mellow, mate. Fucking chill. Monday afternoon, on the beach, recovery mode, dreamscape. We can't lose him, he's Solomon for fuck's sake.
His arm is all
Still
healed
out?
up. The pain is gone, it's all now it's all healed up. He hit one guy. Only took fucking 20 minutes to be honest.
They've left the city. Get on the freeway. Are there any instructions about a manual? No? How about iPhone? Search it. I mean, on your phone. I know you're on the phone, but a phone.
If you don't mind.
Don't get shirty with me, my son. I'm not the one about to crash a plane. I'm trying to help.
Okay, 2040. So you're on the ground, right?
So, be smart now.
Okay, how far is it?
You sure you want to do that? Flying's one thing. Putting it down's another. Solomon?
No, 16. Off the side. Okay, right on the edge.
Shit him up.
So how far do you think
the bugger's going to try and land me? Follow him.
16 minutes, but
okay. So he's up by the front tire. He's up by the front tire.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he's about this far.
The psycho. Shit! He's almost at Sandy Shores. The maniac's going for the airfield. Solly is playing a blinder here.
Now let's discuss that. If you don't mind, if you sit on there, real quick, I don't want you to hurt you. Okay, 2040. So
you hit one guy. Only took fucking 20 minutes to be honest.
Holy shit! He did it! The miracle worker! Let's go pick him up. Get on it, mate. Can't just leave him there.
there's myself up over that. It's going around. Standing in front of him. And I come up, he's taking a step towards me. Okay. Now let's discuss that. If you don't mind, could you sit on the ground real quick for me? I don't want you to hurt you. Okay, 2040. So you're on the ground, right? You're out like this. Okay. How far is the guy away? In front of the car. Is that in front of the car? So he's on that sidewalk. Perfect. No, he's in the car off the sidewalk. Okay. Right on the edge. Got it. So how far do you think he's away? What? Okay, so a couple feet, yeah. I'll go ahead and turn into a car. Alright. So,
That doesn't know? I mean,
you guys are sitting here back and forth. Nothing. Tackle. I'm blindsided. Okay, on the ground, hard. So he shoved you pretty good. No, he got it in front. What it felt like is he come running. Okay. Like full what? I've seen him like that since I was in my 20s. Okay. Alright. So He shoves you to the ground. You fall to the ground. Okay. Slightly. Okay. You hit your head. Don't feel anything.
This guy's he's just kind of Wolverine. His arm is all healed now. The pain is gone. It's all now, dude. It's all healed up. It's one guy. Only took fucking 20 minutes to be honest.
Sideways like this. Just landed under my gun. Okay, so I left it on my wrist, on my gun. Okay. Had to reach over to distract my hand. To push myself back, push myself up off of that. And as I'm reaching and pulling around, he's standing in front of me. As I come up, he's taking a step towards me. Okay. Now let's discuss that.
Give you time right now?
If you don't mind, could you sit on the ground real quick for me? I don't want you to hurt you. Okay.
20.
So you're on the ground, right? I'm on the ground like this. Okay. How far is the guy away? Front of the car. He's at the front of the car? So he's on that sidewalk, kind of curb area. No,
at least 6 feet.
Off the sidewalk. Okay. Right on the edge. You got it. So how far do you think he's away from you? I might have been right at the edge of the back of the front door.
6 feet from his foot.
Of the car, correct? Okay. So he's up by the front tires. He's up by the front tires. Or the limits.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he's about this far, or maybe even further. And as I come up this way, I'm gonna walk with my hand. Alright? I can bring the gun out with me. And as I'm coming back this way, it won't. I can't support it. So I hit this. Okay. And what does he do? And I come out like this, he's taking his step. Okay. Taking a step, taking his step. So there's one. Okay.
So let's look at the footage.
Hey, is that you? Listen, no way's panicking. PR disaster of the century. So now they're hiring thugs to sabotage the competition. I heard they're planning to destroy the downtown cab company's fleet. This is our chance to get some insider intel. I got you on the squad. Experienced getaway driver, strong team player, exceptional verbal communication. You want to protect your constitutional right to an unchecked criminal enterprise? Then gain their trust and find out where their data center is. Learn what No Way's planning next. Your new colleague is waiting for you. Just stay with them, stay undercover, and, stay alive.
The suspect is shoved to the ground as he described. This is the moment he reaches for his gun. Marquise sees this and starts backing up.
4 steps back, and then he has his back foot all the way back out. And he's pointing out, his entire body is pointing like, if this is the guy, his body's pointing that way, like a complete reversal.
Marquise takes 3.5 steps back, and 2.5 seconds go by. Drake then fires his weapon.
All you know is he struck a bullet.
How close does he get to you before you fire the gun? Mainly to the front tire. So show me where. Tell me when you stop. Okay, it's right here. Yeah. Okay. Was it charging after you? 2 steps running. Okay. Oh, you're saying he was running? Well, it would have been running. We got behind the car. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I want you to understand. You know. Say it again, what do you think? I've never been in this situation yet, but I thought kicks were coming. So you thought he was going to, I thought kicks were coming, or CCTV on top? You need help? So, you're thinking he's going to come take you? I'm thinking he's coming to do the rest of it. Did you see him?
The rest of what?
Did you see him and everything? Okay, what do you mean the rest of it? Whatever the meeting was coming after that.
He just asserted that he thought kicks or a meeting was coming. If he had spoken with a lawyer, he would have been advised to not only state, but put considerable emphasis on the fact that he believed that his life was in danger. He would have essentially been told to say that it was either his life or the attackers, and that there wasn't a shred of doubt in his mind that he would have been killed had he not fired his weapon in self-defense. Even without the surveillance footage to refute his version of the altercation, these statements alone would be extremely damning in a court of law.
So you thought he was going to beat you still? So if you go ahead and that hard to begin with from blindside from the get-go, which I still expect. So you're on the ground. You said he was running, actually, but he only took like a step. Look at it, look at that. Coming again, right? Second foot. So he only made one step. He barely made a second step before I further. What kind of thinking? I just think that's what else? Oh, this does. I've never been in that situation before. So not thinking about getting hit like that. Somebody's coming at you for more. What did the female? Female just orders food. Was she in the bar? She's screaming that she gets shot or I think that's the only thing because I do believe that she's not telling let me ask you a question. You mentioned earlier that you had some stuff about video and stuff like that.
He says she's not a threat to me anymore. Well, first she was never a threat, and if she treated like she treats others, then she could pull out a gun and shot him.
You think the video?
According to his logic.
Show him charged? There should be an angle right on that parking spot. Okay. What happens if I told you that look at the video and you look how he's going to see coming on you up towards you? He actually takes a step back. I'm just asking. Just curious. Okay. So, you said after he runs in the store, stuff like that.
I just thought that was
no. Yeah, absolutely. It comes from. So she walks around the vehicle. Does she go anywhere? You see, she went from the store. She was inside for a while. Then she got into the car. Okay. So she came back outside. She did. Did you guys have any discussion? The only thing I said to her was somebody's trying to see if you've got peace for your children. Okay. Did when the gentleman before you started did he make any threats towards you? I never heard a word. Okay. So he didn't say, I'm going to kick your ass. I never heard a word anyway. Let me just kind of back up because I'm just trying to understand. Excuse me. Before you shoot, you had already shown me. Okay. You said you thought he was going to take you and basically finish the job. Yeah. Did you hear him make any statements? I never made a word. He's like, I'm calling him. I don't sell anymore until I'm tired. I never said a word. So you never said yes. Okay. So you guys don't have any type of. I barely saw the man. No, I mean, after you were on the ground. You're trying to get to your side.
It's a big throw.
You don't ask him what the hell did, why did you push me? He doesn't make any statements. I'm going to come kick your ass.
Guys, the cop is trying to help him. Nothing that he can say will get him off the hook. You don't know how this works. You don't know how any of these cases work. Nothing this guy will say, okay, you're free to go home. Literally nothing. He's trying to get on his side and downplay the stuff. He's like, yeah, man. If anything, you just say, it's a classic case of self-defense, it's a landslide, don't even worry about it. He's got to unleash all of his truth or whatever, which is complete dog shit, and then roll him over with it. He's not sympathizing or helping him, he's bullying him.
So he made no threats that he's going to come finish his job. Okay. So you just assumed he was going to come do it. He's a smart person. Yeah. Okay. I get it. I understand. So, and then you shoot him just one time. And then you just neutralize it. What do you elaborate? You neutralize the media. Sure. And then you also shoot and say, come on, stop. You
you understand. I mean, they're going to be buying it, and talking, informing them of the apartment Inc. That's fine. But they might not take that right. But they might go sign with us a little bit.
Well, sure. That's why
You understand. I mean, you
paid for that. And then you shoot just one time. And then just neutralize it. That's it. What do you mean? Collaborate with you, neutralize. Neutralize the data for that. That's it. Sure. Okay. And then people are saying, I've seen some of my
you understand. I mean, they're going to buy it, and market or informing them of the apartment Inc. That's fine. But they might not take that right. So you might go sign with us a little bit.
He has just stated that he was fully aware beforehand that a serious altercation could have arisen from his actions, and then justified these actions on the grounds that he was carrying a weapon. He has essentially just tried to condone the provocation of a potential violent encounter because he was protected, showing no consideration for the safety and well-being of others. It could be argued that he gave no thought to the potential harm said provocation could cause anyone apart from himself.
It's approaching, so we become approached.
But it's a person who's in the car who's actually in front.
If you go up to somebody approach them, they can take that as being competition.
Yeah, if they're after they make that car.
But if you go up to somebody who's approaching about me,
You say this guy, the big problem with these guys have so many pre-structures that are already in place in his head, and all he needed was one small thing, just fit in the puzzle for him to unleash and finish his already preconceived plans. That's the main problem, is that he had reconstructed stuff. It's already in place, whatever. And he's one small little thing, and boom, he just finishes his whole thing. That's the problem.
That's fine.
Satisfied.
Because you're approaching
Once again.
You all get
I've always let's say on the video, watch video, whatever, he doesn't approach you or make any steps toward you like you make okay. So you saw him come toward you. Okay. So you saw him come toward you. Okay. What happens if he didn't come towards you? Would you still fire rounds? If he's retreating, I don't think he's my fire.
Oh my God.
Fire.
He has just removed a potentially strong argument.
Oh my God.
He has just removed a potentially strong argument from a defense team. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the defense could have asserted that the defendant was still in considerable fear of his life, even though the suspect was retreating. This could have further asserted the argument that his actions were not the result of malignant anger, but rather the result of irrational fear.
When you saw this guy after pushing, did you see anything in his face you said facial expression?
Negative. All I saw was a man trying to do me.
What was he doing?
I have no clue.
Oh, what? Were you able to see him? See you guys here?
I didn't see his hands per se. I didn't see his face at all. I don't know what he looks like.
Did you see his legs, his feet, anything like that?
I didn't see the legs. I didn't see his black eye. That's it. Maybe the arm. So,
did you see anything he was doing?
Watching his feet, watching his hips.
But if you're standing still, you'll see that thing is out. You can see you pull that out. That ain't me out.
And you can see 9 days.
Okay, something.
But he's there coming out.
And if I come up from a target, it's already, if you pull that gun, you can't pull that gun. You put on your back, you pull that gun, and you have if you remain still, it's not time to really look at it.
Hey, you driving? No, don't tell me your name.
Yeah, I know. This
Come
chat,
on, we got a job.
it's
shotgun.
it's really disappointing. I'm gonna leave this out. People downplay a lot of racism, and they like to act like it doesn't exist. People like to normalize shit. Not much can happen. Everybody always starts finding torture that, oh yeah, people think it's for this stuff. It's like, dude.
I just met the guy running the show. He's freaking FIB. I've never worked for the fucking feds before. Anyway, this job, it's simple. In and out. So you better be a fast driver. Could've got a no ways to drive there and back. You know, I heard the guys say those cars can access your Pester account. Crazy, right? My fiance Blagarka said not to overthink it and to keep sending her money. She's the best.
It seems like it's close. Alright, Michael, we'll be right back. But, because we don't have the two scenarios where one is white and one is black and how much tolerance he has from one another, we can't make an assertion understand that, oh, racism, it's over the span of the entire competition, and the guy will drop in one drop here, into the bucket, and you can make an easier profile on one trigger them and one escalate that. And a lot of times in these videos and with these people, it seems like the amount that it takes for them to pull up when they are racist or whatever, it's much smaller. It's much smaller when somebody's really black for them to blow up and start fighting whatever just on that basis. And just the fact that him brought up race when nobody asked about it. It's not incredibly telling. When you guys guessing, what did you see? I saw a black guy.
Okay, I'm going in. Head to the parking lot. Keep the engine running.
That will end up making the big what it is or whatever. And it's small. Of course, we don't have a copy of the exact same scenario, right? Where one is black, one is white, and in order to compare the length at which you went, how much tolerance you have, whatever. But it's these small things that matter. And the fact that you guys downplay that and say, oh, that small thing, that can't be racism. That one can't be racist. It's like, it's not one or two. It's the whole picture that matters. That these people do. And it's what matters. It's important.
You're gonna want to clear the area around those taxis. Ready for this? Boom! Let's go. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. Fucking cops. I thought the FIB would have given them a heads up. Shit. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. Shit. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. Shit. Wow. Okay, take us to those coordinates. We'll check in with our handler, get our next job, and just, you know, watch what you say around it. The whole Fed thing, the guy's probably wired up like a fucking no-way car. Did you hear about that no-way car going rogue? The guys say it was sabotage.
So, in regards to after the show,
So I took it down. Well, I mean, I shouted somebody's
Okay, here we are.
We
Our
don't have to
handler
go
should be
anymore.
inside.
Chat's clean. Guys, we don't have to go anymore. No, the mods are cleaning the fuck out of these cargoes in the chat.
Default to the
It'll take a couple minutes.
Right? Okay, so I'll have to work it now. And then, you know, you're working on getting your firearm out because of what reason? Okay. But you're working on trying to get your firearm out. For what reason then?
You would just get blindsided with no idea who was attacking me. There's a firearm down next to the bed.
Probably so. I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me to make that. That's exactly an opinion. Okay. So, you thought, okay. When you looked up and you see him, what's going through your mind?
It's going through my mind. Is it coming back at me again?
Okay. To do what? What did you think he was going to do?
Thinking he's going to finish what the hell he just started.
Okay. And to you, like, what do you mean? Kind of elaborate a little bit on the finishing.
I have no clue. Right. I can't elaborate on something that I don't know.
Chat, what's really good about this chat is that they have a lot of stuff on him. The fact that he says that he was going to tell them off about the parking, and he was doing it at the comfort of him having a gun and having a permit. That's retelling it. The fact that the girl said, "Oh, do I have to get my man or whatever?" Right? And he kept arguing it. And the fact that it's almost like he was glad to be pushed. You see how it already structured the interaction in his head that if something happened, he had the gun and he was going to use it. That's the whole. These things they framed the whole picture though.
What he would have done is just pure conjecture.
Did you think he was maybe going to get physical with you?
Sure.
Okay.
Never fight fishing thing. Maggie, I was not fighting, never have been fighting. Never? Never. Ever? Ever. I didn't even fight in school.
These statements were used by the prosecution to further assert his lack of consideration for the safety and well-being of others. As he stated earlier, he was aware that his decision to approach the vehicle could have resulted in an altercation, potentially a violent one. Yet he has just confirmed that he has no hand-to-hand fighting experience or training whatsoever, meaning that his boldness in the situation solely came from the fact that he was armed with a deadly weapon, thus making him highly inclined to using it when far less force would have sufficed. The prosecution essentially stated that he was willing to kill in order to prevent himself from getting moderately hurt in the situation that he initiated.
I mean, what do you finish the job? What do you mean?
Whatever he started, I had no clue what he started and what his end game was.
Right. Okay.
I wasn't in the dark about that. So that makes me believe to myself an force multiplier because I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean force multiplier?
What exactly? What do you know force multiplier?
No, sir, I don't. If I did, I don't. I really don't.
Force
multiplier is a sidearm. Anything.
Oh,
other than your hand.
Okay. Right. I got you. Some type of wet force.
What?
You know, terminology for people. I learned it from. I seriously didn't know what that meant. And I just want to tell you this, you know, just to let you know, the gentleman you shot is deceased.
Oh wow, because he has so many times.
You got any questions for me or anything?
He doesn't give a shit.
Approximate time is about 20
And he knows he has
hours.
children too, or had.
Review will be concluded.
Draker was released without charge as the investigation was ongoing, but was arrested 25 days later on August 13th and charged with a single count of manslaughter. During those 25 days, Draco was named as the accused aggressor in 4 prior road incidents ranging from 2012 to 2018, where he threatened drivers with a gun. 2 were male, 2 were female, including a young mother with 2 children in the car. He was interviewed by WTSP 18 days after his arrest.
I just want you to tell me about yourself.
Pretty much your normal, average, everyday person with
average problems, I would suppose. Right. I don't know what everybody else's problems are, but I've got money troubles. We've got moving troubles. Right. But other than that, everything.
Take me back to, I'm going to call it that day. What kind of morning did you have July 19th? Were you working? Were you walking the dogs?
I'm not even stack, dude. Dude, out of all degenerate things, dude, holding out a gun inside of in a vehicle and telling people as you're driving is like the most degenerate thing out there.
I think this is really the right place to go into specifics about that day.
Well, I wasn't talking about the actual incident of the shooting. I was just saying what your day was like. Cup of coffee.
Normal, everyday day, really nothing.
Saw the wife off to work.
Yeah, nothing too surprising out of any of it.
Everybody involved with this case, a lot of people involved with this case have spoken up. The sheriff has spoken out. The prosecution has spoken out. McLaughlins have spoken out. Al Sharpton has spoken out. And we felt that it was necessary to hear from the person at the center of this case. The McLaughlins have been very, very hard and descriptive about you as a person. Is there something that you could say to them that might give some clarity about who you are or how you feel?
I really don't think this is the right place to talk to the family directly.
Right. How do you talk to them? And what kind are they?
German Shepherd.
It seems like this is striking a chord with you.
Right. This is interesting. Defense will argue that imagine prosecution with the review sympathy and the kill sympathy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's my girl. It's my girls. Oh.
Is there anything in your mind that would change now that you have a chance to look back? Is there anything you would change?
What
happened? How it
are
happened?
those
Is there anything
dogs
that you would change? Or I'm sure you had time to think about this.
Sure. I've had plenty of time to think about it, but as far as changing anything is the events, is what you're.
Right.
I don't see.
Why he kills a dude that's not gonna see his children, 3 of them, ever, and he sits there in the police thing and doesn't do anything, and then he thinks about missing his 2 dogs and he breaks them.
I really didn't know off the top of my head.
Okay. People that have come down to speak about the event and things of that nature, and they get the feeling that there might be a racial overtone to this incident.
There's almost no way in that. Number one, my upbringing really prevents that from coming out of me ever. My parents weren't that way. It was always trying to get along with everybody. Green eggs and ham. Everybody's different. I grew up during desegregation, not segregation. Okay, so it's not like I, was sheltered from other cultures or races, from a very young age. And my professionalism beyond that, it prevents me from saying stuff like that anyway.
So I can look you in the eye right now and ask you, if you are a racist, what would be your answer? You do not hate black people.
I do not hate anybody.
He was released from jail 1 month after this interview on a $100,000 bond. His trial began on August 19th of 2019.
One of the most high-profile trials in the Bay Area will officially get underway.
Michael Drake's attorney will argue that Drake fatally shot Marquise McLaughlin in self-defense.
ABC Action News reporter Jasmine Stiles joins us live now from Clearwater with a breakdown of the jury. At 8:45 this morning, prosecutors and the defense will give their opening statements to 6 jurors. We know that they are mostly white and none of those jurors are black. It took about 2 days to whittle down the large pool of potential jurors.
And watch his reaction when he finds out in the interview that Mr. McLaughlin had expired. He's not celebrating. He's not proud. He's not happy. That shows you that it wasn't his intention or his desire to take a human life. He did what he thought he had to do in the moment, in split-second timing, given that he was attacked. It's not a high-definition video. You heard their own experts say it was standard definition. We don't even know the age of the cameras that capture the images.
Wait a minute. Is this actually a good defense? Dude, is this guy arguing the resolution of the camera? This potato, this bird, what the fuck is happening?
We don't even know the age of the cameras that capture the images. Clearly, it's not the best images. And we heard about this compression artifact. You're going to see that there's some wavy lines when you watch the video in the deliberation room.
What?
You're going to see this little jumping, little wavy lines over the shoulder of Mr. McLaughlin at one point, on the grill of one of the cars at one point. So it's not completely representative of what occurred. And it's certainly not high definition representative. Color seems to be
any basic forensic analyst or any low-tier engineer amateur could even disprove that these lines do anything compared to the grand scheme of what the pictures are showing. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Very low color. You heard the store owner say that Mr. Draker came in every day. He didn't know he carried a weapon. Mr. Draker never said, "Hey, I got a gun. I carry a firearm." Had no idea. And how did you describe Mr. Draker? He said he was always calm. And in this video interview, he's calm. Seems a little depressed, calm. He doesn't seem proud or excited or anything like that.
This lawyer, dude.
Very calm. Everyone that described him said he was calm, cooperative, nice guy. He had no time to think. He had no time to analyze the situation.
I know this job, but
blindsided.
So what he's wanting is
listen to him in his interview. Now, those clips of state didn't play to you. So I just hope that as you go back and deliberate on these extremely, fundamentally important constitutional issues, remember we live in America. Mr. Drake is presumed not guilty unless the state is able to overcome that presumption by evidence and testimony. We respectfully submit to you that that has not occurred in this case, that there is reasonable doubt. Common sense tells you that. We know how divisive this case is. Mr. Drake did what he thought was necessary to terminate a threat, a clear threat against his life. And as I said, when you go back and talk about it, ask yourself, if Mr. Drake hadn't pulled the gun and fired, what would have happened to Mr. Drake? Mr. Drake...
What about the other guy who got shot? I think he was going to go back inside and finish buying the Kit Kat for his children and raise his children like a normal dad. Dumbass. What even is happening here?
Is the victim. That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in your decision. Think it through. One man is already gone.
What?
That's the sad part. Mr. Draco was... That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in your decision. Think it through. One man is already gone. Do we want to take another man's life away from him?
What?
And this is evidence. And there's this kind of doubt in the case. Thank you for your time.
What we have to do as the state of Florida is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant committed something against them. Now, what is a reasonable doubt? Here is a story that I tell in closing arguments. Admittedly, it might sound silly, but it's to demonstrate what is and what is not a reasonable doubt. So let's say that you're walking your dog at night, and it's Florida, of course.
You're saying that Mr. Drake came in every day. He didn't know he carried a weapon. Mr. Drake never said, "Hey, I got a gun. I carry a firearm." I had no idea. Now, how did you describe Mr. Drake? He said he was always calm. And in this video interview, he's calm. Seems a little depressed. Calm. He doesn't seem proud or excited or anything like that.
This lawyer, dude.
Very calm. Everyone that described him said he was calm, cooperative, nice guy. He had no time to think. He had no time to analyze the situation.
I know this job, but
blindsided.
The way he's wording it.
Listen to him in this interview. Now, those clips the state didn't play to you. So I just hope that as you go back and deliberate on these extremely, fundamentally important constitutional issues, remember we live in America. Mr. Drake is presumed not guilty unless the state is able to overcome that presumption by evidence and testimony. We respectfully submit to you that that has not occurred in this case, that there is reasonable doubt. Common sense tells you that. You know how divisive this case is. Mr. Drake did what he thought was necessary to terminate a threat, a clear threat against his life. And as I said, when you go back and talk about it, ask yourself, if Mr. Drake hadn't pulled the gun and fired, what would have happened to Mr. Drake? Mr. Drake...
What happened? Wait, what about the other guy who got shot? I think he was going to go back inside and finish buying the Kit Kat for his children and raise his children like a normal dad, dumbass. What even is happening here?
Is the victim here. That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in the decision. Think it through. One man is already gone.
What?
That's the sad part. Mr. Draco was the victim here. That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in the decision. Think it through. The victim has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. Mr. Drake...
What happened?
If Mr. Drake hadn't pulled the gun and fired, what would have happened to Mr. Drake? Mr. Drake...
What happened? Wait, what about the other guy who got shot? I think he was going to go back inside and finish buying the Kit Kat for his children and raise his children like a normal dad, dumbass. What even is happening here?
Is the victim here. That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in the decision. Think it through. One man is already gone.
What?
That's the sad part. Mr. Draco was the victim here. That's the sad part. The victim, the true victim, has become the defendant in a very serious criminal case. His life and liberty are at stake here in the decision. Think it through. One man is already gone. We want to take another man's life away from him.
What?
And this is evidence. There's this kind of doubt. Thank you for your time.
What we have to do as the state of Florida is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant committed the crime of manslaughter. Now, what is a reasonable doubt? Here is a story that I tell in closing arguments. Admittedly, it might sound silly, but it's to demonstrate what is and what is not a reasonable doubt. So let's say that you're walking your dog at night, and it's Florida, of course, and you hear some thunder, you see some lightning, you smell the rain, you go to bed. You wake up, water everywhere. Okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's been proven that it rained. Now, is it possible that a helicopter went over the neighborhood, go into some forest fire, dumped a bucket of water over the neighborhood? Is it possible the sun's not going to rise? Okay? But that's not reasonable, baby.
Guys, he's explaining a reasonable doubt. It's super, extremely important in cases like this. Because it's something that he has to prove, right? But since this is a trial, they have to understand it and process it for them to make a decision based on it.
It's not the evidence.
Reasonable doubt, it's not an easy thing to understand.
Smell of rain. When you look at all that, it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it rained. And one of the most important things that you do not leave when you come into a courtroom is your common sense. So common sense tells you that it rained. Now, can you speculate this? So let's say that you have some kids in the neighborhood. Let's say there's 3 kids. You got Allison, you got Alyssa, and you got Timmy. Okay? And Timmy's the terrible one in the neighborhood, and he has the super soaker gun, and he likes to spray that super soaker gun everywhere. Now, can you speculate that he took that super soaker gun, went all around the neighborhood when you were sleeping, and sprayed water everywhere? Well, sure, because you can speculate about it. But is that reasonable based on the evidence? Thunder, lightning, smell of rain? Absolutely not. That's not reasonable. So when you look at the evidence, now the evidence in this case came from that witness stand, and it's from all the exhibits up there. When you look at all of that, we've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant is guilty of manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Marquise McLaughlin is dead. No issue with that. Unfortunately, number two, Michael Drake intentionally committed an act that caused the death of Marquise McLaughlin. Okay? So, did he intentionally shoot him? Yes. The way this case has been framed for you is
so based on
to prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Marquise McLaughlin is dead. No issue with that. Unfortunately, number two, Michael Drake intentionally committed an act that caused the death of Marquise McLaughlin. Okay? So, did he intentionally shoot him? Yes. The way this case has been framed for you is
so based on these metrics, not metrics, but based on these descriptions, they got him. Except that now the jury has to understand what makes the case and what makes that, and present both parts for the right decision.
This defendant was justified.
That's not easy to do.
In shooting Marquise McLaughlin. But I'm going to frame it a little differently because based on the evidence, and really here's the million-dollar question. We've heard so much evidence, okay? But here's the million-dollar question you need to ask yourself. Was this defendant justified in shooting a man that came out to protect his family while he's retreating, while he was unarmed? That's the million-dollar question. It was the most perfect shot he could take. Hit him right here, traveled through.
Yeah, clearance at 49, I believe.
Through his lung, through his heart, rested on the other side. The most perfect shot he could take. Didn't hit him in the toe, foot, knee, calf, thigh, stomach. The most perfect shot. Did he reasonably believe, as Marquise McLaughlin was backing up and turning to go into the store, that he was about to die? Because that's what that instruction says. Did the defendant reasonably believe he was going to die as Michael McLaughlin backs away when that firearm comes out? Did the defendant reasonably believe he was about to suffer great bodily harm? Was he about to be beaten to a pulp as Michael McLaughlin went backwards? Was he about to die? Was this defendant about to die or be beaten to a pulp when he took the first step back? Absolutely not. What about the second step?
This guy back though. The guy here, dude. This guy is busting.
Step back. Absolutely not. He's getting farther back. What about the third step back? Absolutely not.
Okay, Tears is coming up. Any timings?
What about when he turns to go to the store? Absolutely not.
49 once.
And when you look at those still photographs, you'll see
20.
Michael McLaughlin's foot is facing where he wants to go. And the only reason his eyes are on that defendant is because he's looking at the firearm that's about to kill him. His entire body is saying, I give up. I'm leaving. And pay attention to this, which I'm sure you already have. When the defendant's on the ground, you can see both Robert Castelli and Michael McLaughlin start to move before the gun comes out.
Yeah.
They both simultaneously recognize that he's pulling a firearm. And before that gun is even out, Michael McLaughlin is retreating. Watch the video, you'll see it. And when the gun's out, he's in full retreat, and he can't go back any farther because that car's there, and that's when he takes his turn to go to the store. That's exactly what you see on the video. Michael McLaughlin is reacting.
We're good now?
Perfectly to what happened. Now, can you argue that the defendant could have pulled out that firearm? Absolutely. We can even say that he was justified in pulling the gun. But that was it. There was no reason for him to shoot and kill Michael McLaughlin. It was over when that gun came out. So arguably, was he right to pull the gun out? Sure, but could he have killed him? No, because he wasn't about to die. He's holding a firearm. He's holding a weapon that ends the whole thing. How could he reasonably believe he was about to die? He didn't. That's why it's not justifiable use of deadly force. You know what Marquise McLaughlin's guilty of? He's guilty of loving and trying to protect his family. And he died because of it. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. Thank you.
State of Florida versus Michael Draca, case number 1809851.
Come on, Florida.
As to the charge of manslaughter. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter as charged.
Easy.
Michael Draca's sentencing date is set for October 10, 2019. The prosecution have asked for the maximum sentence of 30 years in prison.
You guys, Florida juries sometimes we've seen some classic Florida. What is that, dude?
XQC.
Okay. Good one, dude. Good one, Nathan. Good one, man. Keep them up, man. Keep the memes coming. Okay, that was pretty good. That was a good video. I enjoyed it for what it is.
I'm trying to stop Mexicans from breaking into these places and committing crime. It's not illegal to be Mexican. You're aware of this, right? You know, I've had Mexicans threaten to cut off my...
A man on a blue bicycle claiming to be law enforcement drew deputies to an apartment complex in Florida. After witnesses identified the man as Steven, deputies soon discovered he thought he was ICE, but police thought otherwise.
Cool. I'm not here to hurt anyone. It happened what? One second. First of all, you've got on you? Yes. Why? Why? Yeah. Because it's crazy around here. It's an open carry in Florida. It's not open carry. It's you ought to have concealed, yes, but it's not open carry. Okay. Florida's open carry. Okay. All right. Basically, there was a bunch of sirens. A Mexican ran into a place, and I locked the door, and that's it. Okay. I just want to make sure there's not an illegal Mexican in there. A what? An illegal Mexican broke into one of the places. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's go on. So explain to me this security of the nation thing. No, I'm a patrol officer. What? Who's your friend? I'm talking to you. Listen, there's been a bunch of Mexicans breaking into these places, okay? I've had enough. I had a bunch of Mexicans. I even had to call him one time. Okay? Yes. Plantation Park. Okay, I'm a cool dude. I'm trying to stop Mexicans from breaking into these places and committing crimes. That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay? And all I'm trying to say is that there's a Mexican that's been breaking into that place. Into a certain apartment? Yes. Yes. So how do you... The door was unlocked. How do you have knowledge of this apartment was being broken into? Because you're saying this is a very highly populated Hispanic community. Okay. So I mean, a lot of Hispanic people live in these apartments. Okay. Well, there was no lock on the door, and there was a mattress sitting there wrapped up, ready for him to go. And then when I locked the door, a Mexican showed up, and then he was telling me he's going to kill me to break back in. And then I just locked the door and left. And all I was going to do was to see if he was there. I was going to come to the office and make sure that these people weren't letting Mexicans stay there. That's all I'm trying to do. Well, first, it's not illegal to be Mexican. You're aware of this, right? I know that. Okay. Well, let me make sure that you and I are on the same page. Okay. So you're saying that all I'm trying to say is the Mexican broke into an apartment, and just make sure he's not in there. That's all I got. That's all I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm trying to say.
attention. He'll brief you on what's next. And if anyone asks, I'm on a break.
Gather round. Come on, look alive.
I've had Mexicans threaten to cut off. Okay, there's been multiple crazy stuff going on.
How do you know that he's Mexican?
Because I seen him. He came to the door and was trying to break in after I locked the door behind him. What they do is they don't have keys, okay? And what they do is they come in, but when they leave to go commit a crime, they can't lock the door. So all I did was I went and locked the door, closed the door. That's all I did. If he actually lived there, he could just go to the office and get a key, right?
You said the door was open.
The door was wide open, yeah.
That's when the guy said that he's a police officer and showed him the gun. Said he wanted to go into the apartment to get the legal files.
Which apartment?
And it's supposed to be an empty apartment that they say that he's got it.
Like, so, there's that squad. The squatters gun?
He said, I'm a police officer, not police.
What's that?
That's all I'm trying to do is stop illegal immigration.
But that's not your job, brother.
It's an American's job, right? It's America. We can do that.
Where are you collect that paycheck from?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
I mean, I collect paychecks from, I'm an artist. I'm a designer, okay? And like I said, man, I'm not here to hurt you guys. I'm cool. I'm just trying to stop these Mexicans from crossing the border, committing a whole bunch of crimes against all these, tourists, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, just wait over here.
I'm cool, dude. I'm not here to hurt no one. All I want to do is stop Mexicans from breaking in these places and these people let Mexicans stay there. That's all I want to do. They're not staying here, man. Not if you don't pay the rent, right? You just break in.
But that's not up to you. That's up to them. If they want to call us, they can call us. That's not up to you to go.
So explain to me your.
All I did was lock them out, man. That's all I did. Okay.
Explain to me your exact interaction, play by play, when you drive by your bicycle. You
So
see.
what happened was I heard a bunch of crazy sirens.
Your sirens.
I heard sirens.
Was it on 535 here?
All through here, right? And I was like, let me go ride my bike and see what's going on. Okay.
Is your siren?
I'm
trying to comprehend. Okay, you slow down.
I got it.
So you heard sirens inside the complex, or on 535?
Just around here. I live right there. So all I did was go for a bike ride.
So from your apartment area, you heard sirens. At that point, you decided to go and hop on your bike and just patrol.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, you can ride bikes.
I don't problem with that. Listen, I also enjoy riding bicycles.
Okay.
Okay. So hold on. Listen, I'm trying to paint a picture here. Okay. You're at your house. I'll paint it apart. Here's the sirens. You decide to hop on your bicycle and go check out the area. Okay. I have that part. Well, then let's go to this part.
Okay, and then I came here
Riding through.
and I noticed that there was
One bicycle in the complex.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're in the complex. Riding the bicycle.
Yeah, I'm riding the bicycle, and then all of a sudden, I noticed that there was a door open with a mattress wrapped up, and then there was no lock on the door. Okay.
But you can tell that from the road?
From the road, yeah, I was riding around. I seen it, and I was like, okay, let me make sure there's not freaking 20 Mexicans in there. That's all I did. And then what happened was, I seen the Mexican showing up, and I was like, okay, I can tell he looked like a criminal, man. Okay.
Well, you tell the guy looked like a criminal.
What had happened was I closed the door. That's all I did. And what I wanted to do is I was coming back to check to make sure that there wasn't a bunch of Mexicans in here. I was going to come down here and say, hey, listen, you guys have a bunch of Mexicans within there.
Okay, ladies, change your plan. I'm sure you all heard about the attack on the No Way Depot. From this point forward, sensitive data is now under 24-hour protection. We are the protection. I'm dropping the location of the data center now. Keeping that site safe is your #1 priority. So take a break, kid up, and be ready to move out.
And I closed the door.
So you put the mattress inside the apartment.
Yep.
And then you closed the door.
Yep, that's it.
And then you came here to the police office?
No, it was at night. So I just came back to fix to make sure. Okay, I went up to the guy.
Hello, sir?
To say, hey, listen, make sure that
Okay, so today, Monday,
Next question is, what exactly
that's the time. They received certification on 2/11/25. Well, this is not like it's going to be they are hiring on the top, they get to walk, okay? Door on time. They ain't going out to the parking lot.
People would answer one question, but raise several others. When Dinghy is hurt again, how do we make the situation worse?
There's two different licenses, right? Security license? Well, it's 5. Okay. Which one do you have? I have 5. Okay, what's carry on with the Class D? I don't think so. Okay, no. Again, we already went to it's not open carry. Constitutional concealed carry. Okay? And if you're working as a security guard, you have to have a special license to carry a firearm while you're a security guard. Okay. And you put in for a 5C. So that means you can't even have the gun when you're doing anything. Okay? 5C is like no, our research officer, our police officer, okay? And also, they don't conduct their job. Why not be responsible? They just do things around and come after and it makes it. Stay where you are. I know what you did, you piece of shit. They don't need to get. Alright?
fucking fired!
Outside of Orange County, if I pull someone over, okay, I just have jurisdiction inside of Orange County. The figure, you're going to figure going on a damn vigilante, man, and you're scared of me, man.
You got the data? I'll study up and see what I can find. You make a great double agent. Worrying.
Where's your photo? Where's your firearm? Take your elbow. Hold on. Where's your firearm? Right here. Alright, you want to grab that certificate? Listen, bro, I'm cool, guys. I'm just trying to help you. That's all I got, okay? I have a knife. I don't want, you know what I'm saying? Sorry. The knife's back there. Okay. You don't have to be condescending, man. I know. I'm just saying, though, that I'm trying to help people, and it looks bad that, you know. Well, you're going up by the whole world. I'm new to this. Well, when you took your cool security class, they tell you all that stuff. Was the class online? Yes. NIDA. Nothing, leave everything down for a second. Changing that doesn't want us going in and checking out to see that you see it open doors, you call 911, okay? Because now you're opening yourself up, okay, to get injured, or to get in trouble, or to shoot someone when you haven't been fully trained on when, like you got told, when not to shoot, okay? So you go there, and I want
data you recovered, it had the next step in No Way's bullshit takeover all mapped out. Trains! It's self-driving trains! Do you know how many...
That's why they take my zero fly. That's why you're in the academy for 6-7 months. Then you can have like the in-house training, and then I'm going to train it up. So a year training before you can go out on your own. You do it online.
Station is closed for your own safety. Now, please.
It's also alright? I mean, you okay? But 100%, no. It's just gonna happen. Alright? Now, if you're doing the first interview, and then grab blah blah and rifle whatever, then when you're chased, if there's a knife or a gun or whatever, they pull your weapon. Okay? Now, what happens if you got that? Closing the door.
You can sit on that blue purple.
What began with Stephen riding a blue bicycle through an apartment complex had become a much larger question of authority, responsibility, and where the line between the
Allegedly, he did say that I need access to that room to get the rating for my investigation. That's it. No, everything's on the car. Yep. What are you on? Are you attacking me? I don't know. Yeah, I got it. Good. I'll take it.
Bing bong. Next stop is this on? Am I coming through? I always wanted to be an announcement guy. My AI therapist told me I have a very soothing tone. And listen, now that you've hacked me, I'm taking control of the car. We're gonna block the tunnel. Force the train the engineer's working on to come to a dead stop. That's where you come in. Bing bong, me again. Okay, this is the spot. Looks like the engineer's en route. So when his train stops, jump on board and go straight for his briefcase. That's where the good shit's gonna be. Trust me. Just remember, this guy's precious. You can bet he's gonna have security. But I know you can handle them easy.
You believe that? All right. Hold on, please, down.
Bing Bong, he's here. ya. Now's your chance. Go, go, go!
You go to the online people and we'll go with that.
Bing bong. Oh, I almost forgot. I stashed bikes in a container nearby. Grab them if you want a quick getaway. Just remember, no way is all over these tunnels.
Absolutely. Hey, Camille. Camille, you're going to have somebody in bring that up there. No, you take it. You come on out just to read it. Hey, where's Grant? Where's my shirt? Where's Grant? Read it. All right, have it. Listen up.
Got the briefcase? All right, I got paperwork to do. You know, I miss being an announcer already.
Basically, if you can't come on the entire property ever again, if you return property ever again, then you'll be arrested on the spot, okay? You understand? All right.
Stephen was taken to the Orange County Jail following his arrest at the apartment complex. He was charged with false personation of a law enforcement officer and later faced an additional burglary-related charge referenced in court proceedings. Deputies also issued a trespass warning prohibiting him from returning to the property. He was later released after a $1,000 bond was posted on his behalf. Court records later showed Stephen entered not guilty pleas to the charges. The case drew local media attention after the sheriff's office said he claimed to be a Homeland Security or ICE officer while investigating undocumented immigrants at the apartment complex.
You're going. Look at that way, bro. He's not stopping you. You're going too fast back there.
The speed limit's 55.
Yeah. And get 70.
Good morning, Dave Floor. They got 4 or 5 tickets. They drive about every day. Yeah, so they got to the last time they came was a Connecticut and they ended up being part of it. It's not that was out. With all the years, oh my God. You have to realize that's not the color of the interior. All the colors, that is powder. Holy that world. Just enough of the shit. All right, we're gonna hold you today. My friends with the scooter, what's up, big dog? I still have you. That is crazy. Because you're 6'6", 8, 6'10", 6'10". Keep going with this. We didn't want another scooter deal. What are you done with this? All of it. All right, here we go. So they step. And these crosses, these marathons. It's not nice. There's one. Scooters hanging over here. All right. Oh, that doesn't work. There you go. Guys, we have a very long drive today with no fuel stops. Today is a 9-hour ride. This one. Police officer on the left side. Oh, maybe I won't bother. Let's try that. Hold on really quick. Wow, we got
Ah, damn it.
like these freaking cars pull up. I didn't see them pull up at all. It's not. Oh, the scenery up. I love the scenery. Kind of creepy go on that too. Yeah. Well, we have a police officer on my left side. He wants to race. He's just chilling like. Oh, maybe I won't call him. He's trying to just checking us out, just giving us a little look. Like way off. So that's what the truth was like here is that, but I'm getting out my eyes. He's crazy.
Hello? Okay, that briefcase you stole, incredible. Password, security details, yada yada.
We got
Oh, they're taking down. Crazy, bro. What's happening? Hey.
someone might be creeping on how to down. The monkey. That's a killer. All the breakers.
Goodness.
Now you're the top guy, just rip it. So literally went across it.
Yeah, no, that was the best ride of this
It's
whole
actually
trip.
incredible how
slow.
What?
If I knew we were going to go that slow, I could only went from the top up.
Yeah, you're the top down. Just rip it.
Hey, you ever sure it's top down?
It's probably loud, eh, with the top down?
What?
Yeah, exactly. How's Corvette on the bumps?
Perfect.
Well, you guys, home stretch to Deadwood. We will be going out for a big dinner tonight, and wifey, Mrs. TV, gets in at around 10 p.m. So she's got her private Wi-Fi service, but man, it's hot here. 35, 37 degrees Celsius. Hot. I can tell because my AC doesn't work all that good. Yes. Yes, sir.
Where else do they go in North Valley?
Every year it's somewhere else across the U.S. We started in Nashville 12 years.
Oh, yes. I thought there was also big parking.
That is exactly why you saw so many cars. I have to apologize to anyone who ever comes up to me when I'm having a problem with one of my cars. All I care about in this moment is fixing the car.
Exhaust camshaft position slow, response active. That's your only ECM. So let's.
Oh, maybe I got my standards. Wrong spot. I did not make that in fun. Yeah, I think that's kind of one. I didn't get to come back immediately about it. Yes. You make me want another Scuderia. Where'd you go with this? Oh, I didn't go. Let's go. I need to know these terrifying. So literally went up. Yeah, you're the top down. Stretch to Deadwood. We will be going out for a big dinner tonight. And wifey, Mrs. TV, gets in at around 10 p.m. So she's got her private Wi-Fi service. But man, it's hot here. 35, 37 degrees Celsius. Hot. I can tell because my AC doesn't work all that good.
How's it going?
Good.
Super plenty with that. The reason I'm stopping you is you're going too fast back there.
The speed limit's 55.
Yeah. Had you at 70.
There you did.
Yeah, I did. All right, you have your license registration info on you?
What did you get me with?
With the LiDAR.
I don't think so. If you're pulling me over for speeding, why didn't you just pull me over the second you pulled out? Why are you chasing me?
Not pacing me, I'm waiting for a safe spot for you.
The road's all the same.
Address on Cranbrook, is that still good?
Yeah.
What's a good phone number for you? Hang tight 1 second, I'll do it.
You don't want my insurance?
Not on this phone, but there all the other Canada ones? Or usually Canada things. Alright. Okay. So I am going to give you a ticket for speeding.
No
fine for that's $157. Two ways you can take care of this. You can either pay the fine or you can contest the ticket. You're going to pay it, just pay it on or before July 20th, payment to the Lawrence County Court, or there's a website on the back, use the ticket number right above it and pay it online. If you did want to contest it, you would have to be at the Lawrence County Court on July 20th at 8:30. Any questions?
You give tickets to people for, well, I wasn't doing 15, but I'm just asking you. Like,
Yep, the answer is yes, and yes, you were. That's what the LiDAR address. So that's
show me the LiDAR.
Okay. It was at 70, then you started slowing down. That's why I locked it in at 69.
How would you know I was doing 70 if you got me at 69?
Because it says what you're doing on the LiDAR.
This is our first question. Here we go. Police force chases after. I've always I've got wondered how do horses chase? Like I'm not just I understand the train them, but it feels like horses almost like it's chill should grow like shouldn't that be consistent before we start riding? It's like
It just feels like Sugar Boy. First up, police chase on horseback. It all starts as officers witness at 6 a.m. Oh! Whoa! Suspect first. Whoa! First up, police chase on horseback. It all starts as officers witness at 9 a.m. Oh! Whoa! Suspect first. What the fuck? Where is this, bro? People are just walking out serving and the horse cops are the ones busting. Oh, oh, oh! Did they just do that? Well, the horse just broke down. Slow as fuck. Does not want to. He doesn't really care that much. That doesn't care very much. This horse, like, is just like taking a leisurely stroll. Just trying to get a big chicken, bro. Come on now. Oh my, yo, Chad, what was your McDonald's order? Like, yo, I get a fucking, oh shit. Oh, it's still breakfast time here, actually. Wait, I'm eating a fat fuck. It's 10:48. Alright, hold on. I'm out. I would get a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, and I would get a hash brown, and I would probably get an orange juice. Coffee, here's a little stuff. Anyway, alright. Let's continue. I just put my own option on. I'm all forward. That'll be 7.90. Card back. Don't hold you. Back quick. Run him over, Jax! Oh, they just trampled on it. Bro, this is hot. He just takes his seat. Like, fuck. Run him over, Jax! Don't vote again. Run him over, Jax! What? How much of that? This guy's got like a gram of fucking. Oh, he's got a gram of.
Trash Unit 404, Trash Unit 404, come in. Just getting in CRV. Man, I tell you what, forget the depot and the subway. The garbage guys, they're hard to hack. You good? You trashy? Okay, look, this disguise is gonna get you through the door, but the documents we're after are confidential, only ever collected by the FIB. If anyone sees you picking up marked bags, they're gonna come for you. You understand? So, get your hands dirty, grab some garbage, act the part, and if they got guards around, find a way to arrest them. Remember, these documents are the final piece of the puzzle. We gotta know who No Way are targeting, and if our names are on that list. You know what they say? One man's trash is another man's federal investigation. So bring me whatever you grab.
Bro, on one point, I'm just trying to get not getting from the bro. Like, bro, I'm just trying to get the group going. Look at this shit. Like, oh, get out of my way.
Trashman are here. Come on, it's this way.
Get out of my way. Oh, this thing is good.
Alright, here's your trash.
Bro, knows this game. That horse knows that shit. Oh. It's every day. What? Go to McDonald's, not out of the bathroom, and get a free soda on the way out? What?
You can't be here. You're not authorized.
Yeah, this shit is nice.
You're not permitted to be here.
You gotta toss some chips. All my legs, oh, perfect.
Listen, we got company. The real trashmen are en route to the next pickup. You might want to, put them off their collection, or it's gonna really screw with our plan. Oh my god, that's so funny. So funny. What? That's fine. Where that shit's going? It's in Bill Florida.
No way! Holy moly!
I've never done unit still, but that really makes sense.
Ah, shit. Don't panic. I'll jam any calls to the cops.
Come on, it's this way. You know? Usually it's, Harrier, call,
Okay.
I like call. Alright, do your thing, I guess.
For free. He's so on a sandwich and chips. He's such a Talk that chat. What is the best brown fat scene? My personal track. Let's do it. I'll give you a day, but I put chips. I'll put chips on it for like the half scene. Put the chips on it. Over plastic can lettuce.
Okay, final pickup. There are some documents that aren't exactly trash yet. You gotta steal them straight from the No Way office. You should have a pass in your uniform to get you part of the way. After that, hack your way in. Just think, what would Avi do? And, you know, try not to panic.
Oh, yeah. Any money back, please. No, take the bag in the bathroom. That was it. That's what you told me to take. I was surprised that there was only a tenant. I've not been looking for anything, that's why I phoned you. Right, anyway, I'll come in a sec, because I was going to ask you for about food as well. And I've got to, I've ate I ate my fish stuff, and one of the cheeseburgers, I've got 2 to heat up. Did Dad get his donut as well? Alright. Alright, okay.
Hold on, just wait there. One thing. Right. Thursday will be when we need to order that game, by the way. Also, I've got the controller sorted. Go and get my stuff now, and I'll send you a photo as we speak. Right.
I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I've got one right here.
What the fuck?
That's what the hell? You normally have badges right there on their chest. My daughter's a horse race or racing. They got my badge with you. Yeah, they're on a horse. That's what they do. Alright, well, we'll let you know. I chatted this morning with
News report today. Yeah, then. Yeah, no. What is that? What is that? Is that a little... Oh, I think it was a pipe on anything else on you, dude? What was it? It looked like the end, like a glass, like...
Go back and look at that area. Let's do that if you guys don't mind. Let's check one more time if that's fine. Okay. You guys don't fight from the machining system, no? No? I would love for them to do it at a time.
Wow, this is all they got so far. Alright, what we got? Whoa.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in Florida posted on Facebook about this incident, stating if you choose to run, you'll just go to jail at the time. Criminals coming out looking for a knife to respond. They also showed their appreciation for the multiple horses involved in the incident. Now issued a Jackson judge. The male suspect, Jordan, was charged with resisting gun violence. He pleaded no contest to his adjudicated guilty. He was ordered to pay $302 in court costs and fines and was released by the public. The female suspect, Alexis, was charged with...
I mean, this is a big... kind of waste of time. It's like a waste of resources. It's like, this was necessary. And they didn't even get the truth. Like, what did you guys do? Just pick this guy's lunch. You know, this guy goes to work and sells, you know, the same way that you guys go to work in a restaurant selling. He has a lunch packed and everything. You got a case. That's how I feel like it should be. I don't know. If you really, I don't know, man. It doesn't matter if it looked like. I feel like it never happened. Like, how did you even get it, Brent? I mean, I get that it existed. The premise of it existed. If the premise of the entire encounter doesn't hold up, then I don't think it existed. I don't know. It's trying.
Contest in exchange for the challenge resulted in a adjudication. The judge accepted the plea and went to trial. The judge also ordered to pay $302.
They ain't paying that shit. No one's paying that shit. This was a complete... Nothing got accomplished. You think either of those people are paying their fine? No. Either of those people are paying their fine.
If you're watching this one back, somewhere along the line, this guy convinced himself that he can outrun a base. There's no reason, bro. Patrol horses, all that's perfectly good. A lot of horses never make it through training. They have to handle crowds, traffic, fireworks, yelling, and enough distractions because think about any animals. That's what makes rally really interesting to me because they're not there for looks. They're there because of the officers, different perspectives, and different reach, and sometimes a pretty big advantage. People spend so much time looking for the obvious way out. You have to think about the problem.
Oh! Whoa! 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 That was deep. Holy fuck. That's fucking awesome. No, that's super scary.
March 11th, 2010. Trevor Cadigan and his friend Brian McDaniel were getting ready for a private helicopter flight. It was a 30-minute doors-off tour of Manhattan, operated by Liberty Helicopters through Fly 9. With the doors open, they could get a perfect view of the city and take photos and videos while they were hunched in and tended into the aircraft. Trevor filmed them with the calm helicopter, both of them smiling and laughing as they ascended into the air. He then posted this on Instagram. As the sun set, they flew past the Statue of Liberty, getting a once-in-a-lifetime view, before traveling up the East River toward Central Park. And then, mid-flight, something happened. Trevor leaned back to take a shoe selfie, with his legs dangling out of the chopper, and immediately, an alert. Warning lights, and a descent. The engine had stopped, with the pilot, Richard Vance, radioed Mayday. He needed to make an emergency land. He tried to steer them away from the crowded skyline, away from the busy Central Park, toward the East River. He was preparing to land on the water. At 100 feet above the river, he activated the emergency flotation system. It should have worked, but it didn't. The right-hand floats failed to inflate properly, throwing the helicopter off balance. Immediately, it slammed it sideways into the river. With the doors open, freezing water pouring fast, the crew were beginning to panic, scrambling to escape their harnesses and the sinking aircraft. But they couldn't. To escape, there were only two options. Disengage the locking carabiner, which connected their tight harnesses by a thick tether to the cabin, which could be slow and difficult to open, especially for those unfamiliar with it, or cut through the tether completely, using an emergency cutting tool tucked into a pocket on the harness. But the carabiner and tether were anchored to the cabin from behind their shoulders. Removing the full body harness wasn't an option. It was far too tight to take off quickly, and by now the helicopter was sinking fast, and they were surrounded by freezing water. So through all of this, they had to reach backward, but upside down, disoriented and panicking, and either find and unlock the carabiner, or cut through with their strap. Within just over 10 seconds of impact, the helicopter was completely submerged, sinking to the bottom of the 50-foot deep river. The water was below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. At this point, only the pilot, wearing a standard seatbelt, was able to escape. He surfaced, clung to a pontoon, then yelled and waved for help. The others were still trapped, struggling to escape. 911 calls were made. Emergency divers arrived fast, but by the time they reached the sunken wreck, the damage was already done. 2 passengers had already passed. The other 3 were barely hanging on.
Just in here. All right, go ahead.
Did you see the photo I just sent you? Alright, we'll pretty quickly. I thought it was quite cool. Yeah, well, it's a screen. I took a screenshot of the receipt, right? And it offered to take a screenshot of the entire page, not just my phone screen. So that's like the full page of the receipt, rather than being like 3 screenshots stitched together. I thought it was quite cool that it lets you take the image of the entire page. But it was more for, so we've got the confirmation tracking number and stuff. So you've got a copy of it, and so do I. So, in other terms, I usually could have told you what it was to sign in, but recently I've just been using the suggested passwords. Because it's all just kind of like numbers and dashes and letters, yeah, like, so it's like really secure, but then you don't know what it is, so I'd have to like copy and paste it. It's not where I can just tell you what it is. Right. Thanks for that. But yeah, no, I was sorry. I appreciate that, because I did sort of worry there when I opened the website, and it came up that the other one was out of stock. I was like, do you mean the controller's out of stock, or that colour? But kind of, I'm saying that all the buttons are from different categories. It could have been that any one of them had gone out of stock in that colour. Yeah. For that to make sense, by the way, the top of the thumbstick, the leg of the thumbstick, and the ring around the opening on the controller are 3 different pieces. So if one of them had gone out, you'd end up with like a green bit or a blue bit or something. You know what I mean? And it just, yeah. I just thought it was quite lucky to get it all tickety grooved. And I think I came at £35 off in the end anyway, because of that Prime Day thing. It's just, sorry, the shipping is probably because it'll be coming from Florida or something, I think. Or, I mean, it could be California, but it is an American company, so. Okay. So,
If the doors open, if you get a perfect view of the fix, take photos, videos, yeah. Have a film, everything's fine as well. Yeah. Even post this, Instagram. At this time, take look at the structure of living, getting a peaceful lifestyle view. Before traveling out, strip, but would fly. Trevor leaned back and shoot with his legs flat on the shoulder and pointed warning glass. The engine stopped. The pilot should back where the road came. He needed to make an emergency. He tried to steer them away from the away from the car toward the street. He was preparing to land in the water, 100 feet above the water. He activated the emergency ignition system. Should have worked, but didn't. The right-hand front, rolling the helicopter, immediately grabbed its fighter. With the doors open, freezing water poured inside. The crew were beginning scrambling to escape their harnesses. But to escape, there were only two options. Disengage the locking cables, which connected the entire harnesses to a complete clip, which would be slow and difficult to open, especially for those. Or through the top of the lead, using the emergency light to pocket. But the carabiner and cover were to the rushing the shoulder, removing the full body which far too tight to protect the grip. And by now, the helicopter was simply prone. They were surrounded by the creature. So through all of it, they had to reach back upside down, so panicking, and either fall or not. Then they cut through with its strap. Within just over 10 seconds from impact, the helicopter was completely submerged, sinking to the bottom of the 50-foot deep pit. The water was below 40 degrees. At this point, one of the pilots, wearing a standard seatbelt, was able to pass through. So, the platoon were yelled and the others were asleep, shrugging their shoulders. One more emergency harness. By the time they reached the top floor, the gun was finished. Two pilots the other four were So what? The poised next to the front Trevor and attached to Trevor's harness was supports. Way to keep him secure. Every time he makes himself little with a shot and pull shot. The pilot realized what was happening. Tried to turn the lever. In the end, the video was released and the tether meant to protect him directly contributed to the whole. But to be clear, Trevor didn't know the lever was there. There was no cover, no protection, self-destruct. It was also verbal. It recorded the images on screen. The footage was transcript was just seconds before the helicopter completely submerged. Descriptions of the footage I tried and struggled not to conflict. Trevor's family knows there was a major investigation which found a substantial failure. Faulty flotation system, essentially inescapable harnesses, cutting tools to pull tethers used for like wind and such. An uncovered fuel shuttle to it was the worst situation. Also, the NTS split investigating the case, including victims of our no, maybe this wasn't just a it was a culmination of the series of what's known as 5 people ultimately helping find 3 7
And it was usually from
This will not only be last photos of the taking. Laying in front of the very river. It was Easter Sunday, April 1st, 2018. Devon Holmes, bar, gas station. Up until this point, it had been mostly normal night. Nothing too unusual. Beside him sat his son for dinner. Father sat. It was Easter Sunday, April 1st, 2018. Devon Holmes, father, sat in a parked car outside the gas station. Up until this point, it had been a mostly normal night. Nothing too unusual. Beside him sat Cassandra down. Another man was at the back. On screen, the surveillance footage of them from their vehicle. The three of them were live streamed on Facebook. And then, into front, came what appeared to be in the back. Mostly normal night. Nothing too unusual. Beside him sat Cassandra down. Another man was at the back. On screen, the surveillance footage of them from their vehicle. The three of them were live streamed on Facebook. And then, into front, came what appeared to be a firearm. Cassandra started tangling, laughing, posing. Devon was clearly uncomfortable. And then, a loud bang. The firearm went off. Devon was struck. The footage continues for a moment, showing Cassandra and the other passenger scrambling quickly, as well as Devon's catastrophic injury. Nearby, an off-duty firefighter, Chad's mother, heard the commotion. He saw people running from the back and was told men were fighting the wind. And instead of running away too, he rushed toward the vehicle, despite not knowing if the threat was still nearby. Inside, he found Devon's front door, very heartbeat and pulse. The firefighter started CPR, desperately trying to bring Devon back from the door. Then, his pulse returned. As this was happening, Cassandra called 911, claiming Devon had done it to himself. But she was responsible. Before long, emergency crews arrived, and Devon was rushed to the hospital, placed on life support. When his mother, Shirley Holmes, heard the news, she thought it was an April Fool's joke. Only this was no fun. Her son had injured one of the worst injuries in nation. Most people wouldn't possibly survive this. But, against all odds, Devon made it through. He spent months in hospital. Devon had to relearn everything, from swallowing and speaking to results in hospital. Devon had to relearn everything, from swallowing and speaking to simply writing his name. The next clip shows an interview with Chad's mom following the incident.
Praying for you. You get out, we have to meet up, have a meeting.
His mother stepped up. She became his full-time caregiver. Eventually the truth would out. The live stream made it clear. Cassandra had fired the gun. She claimed it was an accident, that she didn't know the firearm was loaded. But regardless, she should have never aimed at Devon. Doing that was just unthinkable. Cassandra was sentenced to 10 years for aggravated assault and 5 more for tampering with evidence. Though just after 6 months behind bars, Cassandra Dampier was released on shock probation. The rest of her sentence was to be served from home. She was given 10,000 hours of community service and was ordered to pay $50,000 in restitution. Cherie responded bluntly and spent that into the resolution. She said that $50,000 doesn't even begin to cover his lifetime of medical expenses. Very insulting.
It does put a dent in his medical expenses.
Not to mention the amount of suffering he's had to endure, and all of the time he's lost. Devon has continued to fight, with his mother still by his side. And Chaz's mother, the off-duty firefighter who helped save Devon's life, has been deceived since. Devon has made significant progress, but footage from recent years shows he's still facing serious challenges. And maybe most tragically of all, he's faced it all as a father without a daughter. Here's a few words from Devon himself.
Hello, Rick.
The war and life in Hartford, Connecticut. July 4th, 1944. 1 month after D-Day, the world was still at war and life in Hartford, Connecticut carried the weight of it. And today, the city was ready for a break.
because the circus was in town. This was a major event. The people of Hartford were exhausted. They were working overtime to support the war effort, and this was a rare chance to unwind. And the 10-year-old Wayne Duff, visiting from nearby Portland with his mother, was more. The Ring Rally Center Volume and Bailey show is known across the country as the greatest show on earth. Wayne and his mother, Dorothea, joined the crowd. Roughly 8,000 people pouring in to the near 8,000 people across the country as the greatest show visiting from nearby Portland with his mother was more. The Ring Rally Center Volume and Bailey show is known across the country as the greatest show on earth. Wayne and his mother, Dorothea, joined the crowd. Roughly 8,000 people pouring in to the enormous big top tent. As the show unfolded, Wayne was captivated. It was one of the greatest things he'd ever seen. Then, within 20 minutes, Wayne heard someone yell something unusual. At first, he thought they said, "Fire," but then he heard it again, clearer this time. Fire. Wayne looked to his left. Flames were spreading up the canvas of the tent. Circus staff ran over with buckets of water, attempting to extinguish the fire, but it wasn't enough. Within minutes, the entire tent was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, circus lines were quickly hollowed out, though the cages and chutes they used ended up blocking several exits, creating dangerous bottlenecks as the crowd tried to escape. A crowd crush was developing as burning material was falling from above. At this point, people had no other choice but to claw and slash at the walls of the tent, desperate to get out. Wayne and his mother quickly climbed over the railing beside them, jumping from the bleachers to the ground. They were close to an exit, an advantage few others had. They ran for it, hearing the screams behind them. The heat was growing. The tent was filling with smoke. And in this chaos, Wayne and Dorothea made it outside. They survived. In less than 10 minutes, a single discovered fracture grew in the floor. The ground was littered with hay and 1,300 pounds of paraffin and 6,000 gallons of gasoline mixed with 1,800 pounds of paraffin wax. And beneath it all, the ground was littered with hay and wood shavings and 6,000 thing it meant to protect the tent. Its critical coating was a fatal liquid mess. It was made from 6,000 gallons of gasoline mixed with 1,800 pounds of paraffin wax. And beneath it all, the ground was littered with hay and wood shavings. This all made the entire structure unbelievably flammable. Fire extinguishers meant to be set up around the tent were never unloaded. And fire trucks, they were parked too far from the site to help. On top of that, the Hartford Fire Department had never inspected the tent, although this didn't violate any laws at the time. Because of what happened, several circus officials were convicted. They each served up to a year in prison, were eventually pardoned. But this case doesn't end there. In 1950, 6 years after the tragedy, police in Ohio arrested a man named Robert Fiji for starting multiple fires. He was a former circus employee, and he confessed to starting the Hartford fire. According to Fiji, he'd been told to do it by the ghost of a Native American riding a flaming horse. The confession was done, but eventually he took it back, saying he actually hadn't done it. You see, in the early 1990s, investigators began a re-examination of the case and questioned CG again. This is an audio recording of what he said. But, okay. A bear cub in Sacramento. June 2014. It was just like any other day in Sacramento. Just another work day. A construction crew were working in the Russian wilderness when something unexpected went into view. A bear cub. Small, curious, or harmless. At least it seemed that way. The men laughed in film, amused by a closer came. But then, another appeared. Another. This time, much larger. This was when most people should run, but they didn't. They kept filming. Filming with a bit. What happens next? But they didn't. They kept filming. Filming with a bit. Filming with a bit. Filming with a bit. But nothing. This time, door appeared. The door appeared. But then, another appeared. Another. This time, much larger. This is when most people should run. But they didn't. They kept filming. Filming with a bit. What happens next is mostly unknown, but according to a few sources available, 3 workers and a dog lost their lives. 2 more were discovered in critical condition. No full version of the video has ever surfaced. The incident is believed to have taken place on Sakhalin Island and was reportedly one of several nuclear-related incidents in Russia around that time. One source claims that 3 bears were hunted, but then, shortly after this surge of encounters, whether those were the same animals seen in this footage isn't clear. Also, we should mention that no official report ever tied the footage to confirmed fatalities. Some actually say the footage is fake, others say it's real. If you know more about this case, footage reports anything, let me know. July 14th, 1999. It was a windy day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. On the ground, a federal OSHA official was inspecting the Miller Park Stadium construction site, a site that had already set off some red flags. In recent months, there had been an explosion that had burned 2 workers, a 25-ton roof section, 14th fatalities. Some actually say the footage is. Footage reports anything. Let me know. July 14th, 1999. It was a windy day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. On the ground, a federal OSHA official was inspecting the Miller Park Stadium construction site, a site that had already set off some red flags. In recent months, there'd been an explosion that had burned 2 workers, a 25-ton roof section that slipped and broke a man's leg, and a worker who fell nearly 80 feet, landing on a scaffold below. So during this inspection, OSHA was there to investigate and document visible fall hazards, filming the very footage you're seeing now. But what that OSHA official, 14th, 1999. It was a windy day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Footage reports. Let me know. July 14th, 1999. It was a windy day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. On the ground, a federal OSHA official was inspecting the Miller Park Stadium construction site, a site that had already set off some red flags. In recent months, there'd been an explosion that had burned 2 workers, a 25-ton roof section that slipped and broke a man's leg, and a worker who fell nearly 80 feet, landing on a scaffold below. So during this inspection, OSHA was there to investigate and document visible fall hazards, filming the very footage you're seeing now. But what they caught on camera was the worst incident yet. At the center of it all was a mechanical giant, the Lamson LTL 1500 transit lift. They called it Big Blue, a 567-foot-tall crawler crane, one of the largest cranes in the world, capable of lifting 1,500 tons. And in the late afternoon of July 14th, it was hoisting a 450-ton piece of roof, soon to be part of the massive new structure that they were building, a fan-shaped, retractable roof with which would be the first of its kind in North America. While this maneuver was underway, 3 workers were suspended in a personnel platform, commonly known as a man basket. Jerome Starr, William DeGrave, and Jeffrey Wisher. Their basket was attached to a different nearby crane, hovering 300 feet above the ground as they observed the operation. The following is real footage of what happened next. Screeching. Something was terribly wrong. Then, loud bangs. Big Blue began to shift. And then, a catastrophe. Who began? Loud bangs. Big Blue began to shift. And then, a catastrophe. Big Blue crashed, and debris from the collapse crashed, and debris from the collapse struck the men's basket, sending it plummeting to the ground. In a matter of seconds, Jerome, Jeffrey, and William were gone. The constructors to the ground were gone. The construction zone was a nightmare. One incident after the next, and now the construction zone was a nightmare. one incident after the next, and now the site had claimed 3 lives. How did this happen? In the weeks that followed, the victims' families began demanding answers. Jeffrey Wish's wife, Trish, said that he had warned her of unsafe conditions. If something happens to me, call Bob Habush. So she did. Robert Habush filed a wrongful death lawsuit in August 1999, representing all 3 widows.
They said that Big Blue had gone down and there were people injured. I knew it was them.
At the heart of the case was a chilling allegation. The lift had been performed in unsafe conditions, despite warnings. Gusts over 20 miles per hour had turned the massive roof section into a sail, destabilizing the crane. Lamson supervisor Marlo Bangston testified under oath that, due to the high winds, he recommended that the lift stop, but was told to proceed by Victor Grotlich, the site superintendent for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries America. Ultimately, after years of legal battles, the case was settled, resulting in a $57 million payout. And on top of that, it cost another $100 million to repair the damage left behind by the disaster. In the end, despite everything, the stadium was completed. Today it's known as American Family Field, renamed from Miller Park, home to the Milwaukee Brewers, known for its iconic fan-shaped retractable roof, a marvel of engineering, but one built on tragedy. In front of the stadium lies a memorial for Jerome Starr, William DeGrave, and Jeffrey Wisher. A diver descends into the cold Baltic Sea, to a graveyard where hundreds of lives had ended just 2 months earlier. September 27th, 1994, the MS Estonia, a car passenger ferry, was preparing to leave the port of Tallinn, Estonia. It was a 14-hour overnight journey across the Baltic Sea to Stockholm, Sweden. Passengers parked their cars in the lower deck, then made their way upstairs to shops, restaurants, and private cabins. One of the passengers was Anders Eriksson, who was returning home after a sightseeing trip. He was with a friend who received free tickets and invited him along. As they departed, the crew announced there would be a storm that night. This wasn't overly concerning. Storms weren't unusual in the Baltic Sea. Nonetheless, as the night came, the passengers went to bed. Anders, however, couldn't sleep. He was sort of half awake. They were deep in the Baltic now, in rough storming seas. Waves were slamming against the ship. The vessel was rattling. It was loud and unrelenting, trembling as though it might tear apart. Eventually, it did. At around 1 a.m., a deafening bang echoed through the Baltic ferry. Then there was another. Anders felt it reverberate through the ship. He nearly fell out of his bed. What was going on? Anders got dressed and made for the corridor. He didn't immediately see anything significant, though soon he began to notice a subtle change in the ship. They were listing, tilting right. It was small enough that he thought it might subside, but it only got worse. Suddenly a vending machine slid across the ground and smashed into a wall. This was serious. You see, water was pouring into the ship. They were sinking, and they didn't know it yet. The incline got progressively worse, making it difficult to walk. Anders was beginning to realize that the ferry was in real danger, so he made for the outside deck, and there he found a locker with life jackets. He gave as many as he could to those around him before putting one on himself. And then things escalated quickly.
Mayday, mayday. Mayday. Joo, meillä on nyt tässä ongelmaa. On paha välittävä oikealle puolelle. Uskon, että oli pari 30 astetta. Siis meidän pätki saa reilu blackout ja emme saa nyt, mä en osaa sanoa sitä kotiin. Okei, selvä. Ryhdytään toimimaan. Todella paha, mutta se nyt tässä kyllä.
The ship was filling fast. A siren rang out. Panic was setting in. The MS Estonia was now almost completely on its side. Before Anders knew, he couldn't stand the ferry any longer. The immense tilt forced him off and into the water below. At 1:50 a.m., the ferry disappeared beneath the waves, sinking roughly 240 to 280 feet to the sea floor. Inside, hundreds were still trapped. They never made it out. Anders was now stranded in the middle of the storming Baltic Sea. Waves were thrashing into him, throwing him around as he struggled for air. It was total chaos. He thought this was it. But then, another swell pushed him into something important. A life raft, which was now flipped over.
Det är precis fullt med folk i havet här runt oss, här runt Island och en liten full med vatten med en människa i där vid.
Ja, det är ju så att helikoptrarna är på kommande och ja, vi har nog bedömt läget så att vi kan inte lägga ut båtar. Att vi är beredda att ta emot bara folk.
Anders held on to that raft from within the frigid 50-degree Fahrenheit water for 6 hours before finally a rescue helicopter arrived. They pulled him to safety and saved life. In total, only 137 people survived. The MS Estonia claimed 852 lives, including Anders' friend. It's one of the worst maritime disasters in modern history.
Jag vet inte hur jag kände. Jag fick känslan att det här är inte sant. Jag trodde jag var slut med det.
So why did the ship sink? What happened? Well, at the front of the ferry was a bow visor, a massive hinged door which allowed vehicles to board the ship. According to an investigation by authorities, that visor failed. Intense waves slammed into it again and again until the locks gave way and water rushed into the ship. It was also found that the MS Estonia should never have been allowed to sail that night. A safety inspection of the bow visor had been missed. Investigators later said if it had been carried out, the flaws could have been discovered and the disaster may have been avoided. Making matters worse, as the ferry sank, there was a delay before the crew sounded the alarm. Most people didn't even realize how much danger they were in until it was too late. Over 650 were still trapped inside and sank. Roughly 300 escaped, but most couldn't survive in the freezing water. Some who actually managed to get on life rafts still lost their lives due to hypothermia. Additionally, no distress flares were found, a failure that may have delayed rescue efforts and cost keeping more lives. Because of what happened, the ship's manufacturers set up a fund for survivors and relatives of €130 million, which converts to roughly $150 million. Shortly after the disaster, divers filmed the wreck. In one diver's footage, a body floats by. Hundreds more remain trapped inside. It's the graveyard, a tomb. Years later, in 2019, filmmakers sent underwater robots to examine and record the wreck again. The footage was shown in the documentary Estonia, The Find That Changes Everything. The name of the film reflects what they uncovered. On the right side of the ship, they found a massive hole, measuring about 13 feet high and 4 feet wide. Later examinations found the damage was much larger, nearly 20 feet high, stretching 130 feet long, maybe more. This, of course, fueled speculation that the bow visor detachment wasn't the true cause of the sinking. Instead, it may have been this hole. So what caused it? Speculation ran wild, from an explosion to a submarine collision and more, though these theories were never proven. I should also mention that the wreck was declared a burial site, and authorities announced plans to encase it in concrete to protect it. In saying that, they only managed to dump sand and gravel, and the process was never fully completed. Diving at the site was also banned. 2 members of the film crew behind the documentary were actually fined for doing this, though these laws changed in 2021, allowing investigators to re-examine the wreck following the discovery of the hole. After a deeper inquiry, authorities concluded that the hole was most likely caused by the ferry striking a rock formation on the sea floor, and that it probably played no role in sinking. Looking back at the footage now, it's chilling. The people aboard the MS Estonia weren't safe, and they didn't know it. Most had little to no warning. They were just gone. In the years after the disaster, survivors and relatives formed a group called the AGMEF, Push for Answers. Anders Ericsson served as its chairman, helping organize meetings and campaigns, all for a new investigation. But no one was ever charged for the sinking of the MS Estonia. Even 30 years later, Anders remembers that night almost perfectly, and he feels the real cause remains dark. He believes Swedish authorities mishandled the case, also criticizing their attempt to cover the ship as they were still investigating. Anders has continued to speak publicly about the disaster and was also featured in the film Estonia, the find that changes everything. December 22nd of 2020, just past 1 o'clock in the morning, Andre Hill pulled up to a house on Overland Drive. The street was cold and quiet. He stayed in his vehicle for a while, using his phone. Though nearby, a neighbor was bothered. They'd heard a loud car in the late hours of the night and called 311, the non-emergency line, to make a noise complaint. At around 1:40 a.m., 2 police officers were dispatched to check it out. Officer Adam Coy was the first to arrive. The next part of this entry is based on Coy's account of what happened before any footage was recorded. Keep in mind that not all details could be independently verified, and his body camera wasn't on yet. He claimed to have found Andre still sitting in his car. It's not clear he was actually the sole source of the loud noise that had bothered the neighbor, but regardless, Coy walked up to his window and asked what he was doing there. Andre told him he was waiting for someone to come out. They're going to be out in a second, and showed the officer a text on his phone. Coy wished him a good evening and returned to his patrol car, waiting for that person to appear. For a couple of minutes, nothing happened. Then Andre got out of his car and walked to the front door of the house. He knocked, and there was no answer. He went back to his car, rummaged through the front seats, and then returned to the door and knocked again. Still no answer. By now, the other officer, Amy Detweiler, had also arrived. She spoke briefly with Coy, who had been watching Andre from his cruiser. To Coy, the man apparently appeared wide-eyed, a little jittery, and dismissive. He thought the man was suspicious and wanted to see what he was up to. So the officers followed Andre up the driveway toward the house. This is when the body camera footage started, though there's no audio for the first minute. And that's when they saw Andre in the open garage. Coy told him to come out. Andre spotted the officers and began looking toward them, saying nothing. In his left hand was a lit cell phone, and his right were some keys. Now, to Detweiler, the man didn't seem aggressive. She didn't see any threats. But then, around 1:50 a.m., she heard Coy say, "He's got a gun." Within seconds, Coy opened fire, and Andre fell to the ground. Coy warned Detweiler to be careful, to watch his hands before moving in. In the body camera footage, you can see him search Andre for a weapon, rolling him over as he lay unresponsive, although he couldn't find one. The man had dropped his phone and keys, but not a weapon, because Andre didn't have a firearm. Coy had just done something unimaginable. Somehow, it seemed, he had mistaken the man's keys for a revolver.
9:30, we need officer support.
Before long, the person Andre had come to visit, Destiny Lydell, stepped outside, shocked at what she saw.
Bringing me Christmas money. We didn't do anything. Stay inside. They told me to come inside and lock the door.
As it turns out, Andre had dated Destiny for over a year. At this point, Coy appeared to be panicking. He walked in semicircles on the driveway, coughing and wheezing, occasionally glancing at Andre, still on the ground. It may have been starting to dawn on him what had just happened. There was no firearm. He had just unloaded 4 rounds at an innocent, unarmed man. Soon more authorities arrived, but not paramedics. No, it wasn't until 1:57 a.m. that they were actually notified and dispatched, and by this point, no one had actually administered any first aid at all. Eventually, Coy was given an inhaler and a bottle of water, while Andre was still on the ground, fading fast.
You can talk to whoever you want to talk to down there, right? You got your phone with you? Sorry. Gotta figure out what it is. We'll come back for this. We'll just head down
Sergeant.
Paramedics didn't get to him until at 2:06 a.m., more than 15 minutes after the fire, and by now there was nothing they could do. By 2:25 a.m., under a hill, passed away. Meanwhile, the scene was still being investigated, and Coy's claim that he saw a weapon wasn't adding up. Andre had clearly done nothing wrong. In the days that followed, with no firearm found at the scene, and the body camera footage as evidence, it became clear what really happened. Coy was fired within a week.
I am announcing action to terminate Officer Adam Floyd. I have filed 2 departmental charges alleging critical misconduct against Officer Floyd.
His perspective was of other fear, and from his own account, we'll never truly know exactly what he was thinking and what his intentions were. He did claim he believed he was in danger, and that he mistook the man's keys for a revolver. But whether or not that's true, and whether or not it was ill intent, I don't know. But something is are clear. He fired at an unarmed innocent man, and both he and Detweiler failed to render aid in those critical moments afterward. And both officers failed to activate their body cameras when they should have. Their dash cams weren't on either. Because of this, the only footage recorded showed just a minute leading up to the fire. Also, it's worth noting that during his 19 years as an officer, Coy received 90 citizen complaints, more than 10 alleging excessive force, though most were classified as unfounded or lost. Thanks.
As I rolled it back, I looked to my left and I could see the pile of pieces.
I really care you cry. Yeah, I really care you Alright, where's the fucking good going on? Alright, where's the fucking good going on?
As they were investigating, onlookers continued to speak publicly about the disaster. Also featured with them as being a victim over a village without directly. They kept that quiet until then the case of the just past the end of the year. Over a village without directly from over the drug. Then the case was screeching on his body. He stayed his vehicle spoke. They replied, and they released home. They get like car later. 321. Managed to find but that's what happened to her. Two police officers were dispatched. That's just how it works. The next part of the sentence is a term or equity. Keep in mind that the details will be very he claimed he was down there for his birthday. It's not clear he was actually responsible for the event. That was very different.
This video is about to piss you off. Very surprising self-controllerless version. That's a little I can't remember the name, but right now is so famous. Shane Gillis talked about this guy on the podcast. He's like some of the most fast trading like pro in like Kojima. He's like, yes sir, I remember the smell of barbecue on them as their ungrateful souls went to eternity. Everyone else is like just so Trump. Yeah, sure.
Shit! Just saw the FIB turn up on the security feed. They took a load of documents. Get after them. Whatever information they've got, we need.
I'm guessing you don't want a back rub. Okay then. Wow. Weirdo.
action. We're almost ready to take these assholes down. I'll be in touch.
So this should be easy. I have Rooster out bringing back some cargo for us. Go meet his plane at Sandy Shores and help him with the delivery.
Yeah, I wanted to check on my car. Yeah, I cracked it up pretty bad. I was getting head at 100 miles per hour. What do you think I was doing?
Hello, I'm sorry. Something else has come up. Can you please come back to my office?
Slow down. I don't understand you. I just drooled on myself. Whatever you say. Bye.
Exactly. Lazy Americans here cost a fortune. Can you ensure me that my clients won't pay more than $50 per worker? Cool, let's make it happen. Let's play some hoops later.
It's payday. This is it. This is where we wipe the no-way data from the FIB servers and put Los Santos back to how it was. You, me, everyone we've ever worked with, erased from the system. We need this to work, so listen. The first step is easy. Pick up the hacking device I've left you. That's it. Then the second step. Super simple. You're gonna love this. The second step is that I've called the feds and they're going to... That's the fastest way inside. Then all you need to do is break out of wherever they put you to their system and then make it to the roof. I got someone prepped to fly you out. Simple, right? Yeah, simple. See you on the other side.
Give me something. Why were you here? What were you looking for? Why won't you talk? Break! I'm taking a break. God damn it.
They had to pawn off all of their furniture and shit because they blew all of their money on these buckets, thinking that like the tribulation was nigh and they needed it to survive. And so then they ended up having to fashion it into tables and chairs and shit, the slot buckets. So this is what Jer has done: is he's sold off all of his possessions and things that he can show off, other than that fucking lame globe behind him. And now he's replaced it all with coffee because it's all he has. Tough.
His whole pantry is just coffee. You know, they have no food. It's all coffee.
You gotta be honest. Pretty light on the news today.
Like, imagine starting your show and I just go, honestly, guys, nothing funny happened. There's no drama. Like, you may as well just turn off the fucking show. You know, like...
That's how you sell a show.
That's how you sell it. Hey, guys, ooh, we got a banger. Not really. It's gonna fucking suck, honestly. There's nothing of value. There's nothing to know today. You tuned in for the news? There's nothing new. So, I don't know what to tell you.
Like fucking
Buddy,
the
he
City
looks...
Pulse.
Fuck.
The City
Is he
Pulse
tweaking?
reporters are like, light on the news today.
It looks like his eyes are fucking twitching or something, the daft cunt.
Like, this is like, they say he's trying, like, he's weaning off alcohol. Someone said, but I'm like, I don't think he's weaning off anything.
No way, buddy.
Off anything.
Couple of B-tier stories. I was.
It just says it only has a couple of B-tier stories. Like, even if that is true, you can't admit to having only B-tier stories. You have to make the B-tier into A-tier material. You have to turn the lemons into lemonade, or at least tell people you fucking are. When you just throw in the towel from Jump, why the fuck would they keep watching? Why would they give a shit?
It's
Really?
so fucking funny. Hoping, trying to find. I was hoping to find a good
He's
show,
on
but
the corner
the
of
show
hoping.
was not found.
He's like, listen, I spent all of 5 minutes on Twitter, and there's nothing, boys. I don't know what to tell you. What?
Some news. We had some. I'm sure some immigrant threw a kid.
I'm sure some immigrant is.
Listen, I'm
doing
sure
something.
there's some immigrant somewhere up to no good. I'm sure we can find a way to hate on them damn immigrants somehow, some way, damn it. Don't you guys all hate immigrants? Hell yeah! Fuck them immigrants, bitch!
I'm sure some.
It's the greatest hits out there. This is like Stairway to Heaven on the right wing grip. And I hate those immigrants. Fuck them. They need to go back over the wall.
Stairway to Heaven right wing version is the funniest.
Old reliable, buddy. You can bring it back.
I'm sure
Bring
some
it
black guy is robbing someone.
Okay, we had some.
But that in
Find some news. We had some. I'm sure some immigrant threw a kid into a crocodile pit. We talked about that.
No, that's so funny because I was sure he just made that up.
No, that did
but
happen.
it turns
That did
out,
actually happen,
at the time I clicked that, I'm like, that couldn't have happened. But no, it's true. I don't know where the fuck they found the pit of crocodiles in England, but they did. Some
The
fucking.
And the mom jumped in and saved her kid. Like, god damn.
Was it at a zoo?
Yeah, she jumped over and
Bro, that's fucking crazy. It's beyond parody at this point.
It was like a
I didn't even believe it. I just thought Chair on the spot.
Oh,
Fuck, that was pretty funny.
I heard it was the mom. Someone said, but you know.
Let's see here.
God, he looks so confused. He's like a cow chewing.
Spit the zin out,
you fucking bozo, you bum. Look at that. It's so gross. Why do we have to watch you suck us in, bitch?
Let's see here.
At least, like, zoom out a bit so we're not so intimately close with him.
Just smoke a vape. Like, it's just, like, seriously, what is this?
He's gay! He's just, like, dead air now.
How is this move?
Dead air, Jared. So now there's no show. You know, people will complain about, like, the Cape shit segment that we did earlier, or talking about video games, or whatever the fuck. But at least that's something.
Exactly.
This is literally nothing. It's just straight up dead air. Like, I don't know, like, there's not really a show today.
We do a little intro, and then we do some woke bodies, and then we do, like, the main show. At least, though, when we're doing the intro, we know we have a show when we're done talking about whatever we're talking about. We're not like, okay, now what?
Okay, what do I got now? Fuck, I guess we better go to Twitter, Andy. Like,
yeah, just scroll Twitter and, like, watch fucking beheading videos.
By the way, we got Desiree Eaton for 5 subs, and they subscribed.
Wow.
PDA0413 has subscribed as well. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Monday night.
I'm really gonna try to log off this weekend.
No!
You know.
He's having a tough go. Why don't you just log off? By the way, he did not, in fact, log off.
Oh, no, what happened?
During one 8-hour period, Jer tweeted 48 separate times.
No way.
Just arguing with randoms, just spurging out, attacking other right-wing creators.
Drunk.
Yeah, he was drunk out of his mind. He did not detox. He did not step away from the internet. His replies were filled with people bringing up the drama, talking about the oranges, talking about him flagging other people down, and he's a bitch, and he couldn't block them all fast enough. And so it's only a matter of time before he crashes out. In fact, he's trying to own the meme. He tweeted out the retard alert. He tweeted out the Mr. Garrison. We've got a retard alert class. No, Jer. So, yeah, he did not make it through the weekend doing this detox. Once again, it was a lie. We got Willie the Composer for 5 subs. Somebody says Phil's chat's revolting against him. When are they not revolting against him?